City's racetrack at Aqueduct as we have some exciting stakes action coming up in the Athenia. Can Whiskey Decision get back on track? She won the Eatontown Stakes 2 back at Monmouth and will try to make amends from a disappointing effort last out. And then several New York breds coming in, highlighted by Moon Age Daydream. 3 straight stakes wins in 2024. Just missed last time out, and she has a terrific record here at the Big A. And it's closing day on the Jersey Shore over at Monmouth Park in Oceanport, New Jersey. And a tremendous meet. We'll wrap things up with a little stakes action for the New Jersey breds and some great racing down the shore. But we are live to you, as mentioned, here at Aqueduct Racetrack. Glad to have you with us on this Sunday afternoon. It's been a lovely week of racing for our opening week, Belmont at the Big A, on the heels of our spectacular summer up in Saratoga. I'm your host, Acacia Clement. Thank you very much for joining us on America's Day at the Races on this Sunday. As we mentioned, pretty jam-packed as far as the racing action is concerned today, bouncing back and forth between Monmouth and Belmont at the Big A. But I welcome in my co-host today, Jonathan Kinchin, here with me. JK, glad to get a chance to share this set with you this afternoon. And as far as the Athenia is concerned, really does revolve around a couple of horses that are trying to step forward into this spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at some of the horses that exit the Yaddo, the state-bred race up at Saratoga. You know, obviously the conversation surrounds them, but it also includes horses like Whiskey Decision, who are, you know, exiting open company races like the Boston Spa. So for me, I think Whiskey Decision's probably the best in this group, but she doesn't have to win, and at a short price, that could open the door for somebody else.
Yeah, she is one that, as you mentioned, coming out of Greatest Stakes tries, including a Greatest Stakes win in Eatontown in her first start for Chad Brown Barn 2-back. Now, she did get an excellent trip this day and was kind of with the flow of the racetrack. I know it was in a graded stake last time, but she was disappointing in the Boston Spa.
She was a little disappointing in the Boston Spa, and it wasn't like the greatest edition of the Boston Spa that we've seen. Ozara seems to have gotten good at the right time, turns the tables on Whiskey Decision. I still think Whiskey Decision's probably a little bit better than her Boston Spa performance. I wish I could nail down exactly what the problem was. Maybe I don't know. She had a little bit of pace to close into. She didn't really have an excuse.
As far as the New York breds are concerned, several of them, including the top 3 coming out of the Yaddo, using this race, the open race in the Athenia, as a prep for the Ticonderoga to come at the end of October for New York breds. But I thought Awesome Check winning this race, Moon Age Daydream checking in second, Spinning Colors setting the pace. They all got good trips, but they all ran well.
They all did run well. I mean, I think if you're trying to split hairs, you would argue that the best trip was probably Moon Age Daydream. So for me, I guess that you would be a little bit of a downgrade there. But Awesome Check and Moon Age Daydream, they feel like very similar type horses that run similar type figures.
And Moon Age Daydream, she can set the pace or kind of be stalking. We know Spinning Colors going to go to the lead. She has certainly made her living on the front end. All that to look forward to. The Athenia, the feature today. Belmont at the Big A, 9-race card. We're fast and firm. Over at the Jersey Shore, we'll be showing you races 2 through 9 at closing day over at Monmouth Park, including the Joey P Handicap. As always, today's race is presented by Claiborne Farm. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus with promo code MATCH200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at nairabets.com. We'll kick off the action here in New York with 2-year-olds going long on the turf, 1 1/16. It's a maiden optional claiming for 2-year-old fillies, horses that were sold or RNA'd for $60,000 or less, or running for the claiming price of $75,000. So condition claiming race there. Many of them not running for a claiming tag in this spot, including the horse that will kick off the post parade, starting off with second out, Miss Call.
Yeah, took no money first time out, but actually ran pretty well, taking a significant amount more money today.
Probable choice went by. There's the 3 Salt Princess debuting onto turf.
Yeah, trying to get on the grass for the first time. It just feels like Dave Donk would have tried this move prior.
Carey getting on the turf for the first time as well.
Yeah, has an okay turf work, but didn't do any running, took no money on debut.
2x2x2 finally gets on the grass.
Yeah, I think this one's going to appreciate getting onto the grass and makes sense as the favorite.
Stretch out for American Mink.
Yeah, maybe the stretch out helps a little bit. Horse did okay running in that last race. Maybe the stretch out's the answer.
Smiling Rosie gets the grass for the first time.
Yeah, took a little bit of money from Mark Hennig in that race that was off the turf. Maybe getting on the grass is the answer. Last work was on the turf as well.
And out of that same race, River Empress.
Yeah, this is where I'm going to land. A horse that I thought, you know, probably wanted the grass based on the turf work leading into the last race that was trying to be on the grass. It was taken off. And I thought the horse actually ran pretty well on the dirt considering. And maybe just getting onto the grass will kind of answer some of those questions.
And you saw probable choice finishing out that post parade there, coming out last. There is River Empress feeling pretty fresh out there on the racetrack as we bring in Maggie Wolfendale, getting a good look at these horses warming up. Hey, Maggie.
Hey, Keisha and JK. As you're just checking out number 9, River Empress, on your screen, you can see, although she is very excited about her warm-up, that typical big bounding, you know, exaggerated turf stride. So I think, as JK said, she ran well enough to hint at ability on the dirt first time out, but she looks all turf meant and all distance meant too. That's where I'm landing as well. But coming out of that same race to her inside is number 8, Smiling Rosie, for trainer Mark Hennig, as she is one that has some pedigree as well. River Empress is the dam. She was a stakes winner on the turf, but Smiling Rosie, if you go back a generation, the second dam, she was graded stakes winning on the turf course, Colonial Play, and the dam is half to multiple grade 1 winner, Marshside, on the turf. And sometimes, if you don't like a surface, you're just not going to run. And furthermore, you know, Javier Castellano probably knowing that because he was aboard for that last turf workout on September 1st. You can watch it on First TV. And I thought she was going along very easily. And by the end, she was able to put away an experienced 2-year-old mate by several lengths on the turf course. And she looks the part here. She looks every bit of a distance turf runner overall. So at a price, I thought she was one that was definitely worth a look. Moving on to some others that are trying the turf for the first time that have never been entered for it. That includes number 3, Salt Princess, who is a daughter of Cairo Prince, and I do like them on the turf, but there is not much production on any surface on the bottom side. Now, I do think she'll appreciate getting some more ground to work with. She's a very tall, leggy type. And while she doesn't scream turf looking at her, you know, just in the paddock, she is a very good mover. So a lot of times that does translate well to horses, you know, picking up and traveling better over the green stuff. As a horse that I wasn't expecting to think would like the turf is number 4, Carrie, for Carlos Martin, as she did get a couple a try over it after her first performance. That 49-4, could not watch that one, but definitely has a turf hoof. She definitely looks as though she should appreciate this switch and stretch out. And she's a bigger, athletic looking filly that is so much better behaved and so much more focused as she'll get blinkers on for this second try. She was another one that at a big price I thought should really like these conditions. As number 1, Miss Call, she'll stretch out here. She was slow into stride, then she launched a bid between horses around the turn, and then she did herself no favors in the stretch as she started lugging in significantly, but was still running on behind the horses who are a bit more forwardly placed than her. I do like her stretching out. She's actually quite big, a lot of scope to her frame, so she should appreciate going longer. Now, I did look at her equipment, Acacia, to see if maybe there was something to prevent her from lugging in this time around. Nope, it's about as easy of a bit as you could ask for, just a D-bit and a noseband. So we'll see, maybe just with some experience and maturity, she'll run straighter today.
Maggie, thank you. We'll see if she can be a bit more professional, and sometimes just having the experience of a race can really make a world of difference. The horse that's your favorite, though, is the 6 2x2x2. Flavian Pratt back in town to ride for Brad Cox here, a horse that they tried to get onto the turf last time, which I was excited about given the pedigree. I think we're still wondering, though, if she's much racehorse overall, JK.
No, of course, but she debuted. She was 6-1 that day into the teeth of Iron Orchard, who came back and obviously was a pretty nice one. And then it looks like they worked on the grass, and then Brad Cox tried to run on the grass, and that was rained off. Still ran well enough. I do think that there's a chance the horse will really take to the grass. Now, at a short price, I'm not sure if I would recommend her from a betting standpoint. I think the 9's a little bit more Looks like this horse has always kind of been meant to get onto the grass, and there's only been one race to kind of see. I would imagine that you'll get a click down on the 6 and maybe even a click up on the 9. I think the 9 makes more sense to me here. I wouldn't let the 6 beat me in the early pick 5, but I think from a win standpoint, probably a little too short.
I just always felt with 2x2x2, she's just such a narrow, lean type of filly. I'm wondering if they think that she'll have an easier time on the grass. There's the 7, though, American Mink. She comes out of the same race as a Miss Call. She's a far bigger price in there. And while, yes, Miss Call, the 1, did finish 4th in there, while this one finished 6th, you could certainly anticipate that there might be some natural progression. And does she improve stretching out is the question.
She could. I mean, she was 12-1 that day. Tom Morley, his first-time starting numbers aren't, I don't want to say, I always like to define the right words for these when I say it about people's first-time starting, because I don't think they're trying to win first time out. So it's not like they're like not succeeding at it. It's just their style, their program doesn't result in high percentage first-time starter numbers. That's the way I want to say it. and so the fact the horse is 12-1, you know, I think that fits Tom's profile with first-time starters. So there's an opportunity to take a step forward now, getting a little bit more ground, having that race underneath the belt.
See what she does stretching out. 11-1 right now on that one. You landed on the 9, River Empress?
Yeah, I'm going to land with the 9 officially. The 1 is, I will say, though, that's a lot of money for the 1.
Yeah.
For a horse that was 36-1 first time out, that's a big swing.
Should be noted, too, you see Luis Rivera Jr. aboard Miss Call. He's been working a lot of the big horses in Kenny McPeak's barn throughout this summer, including Torpedo Anna, the regular exercise rider for Her Breezes. And Kenny had said towards the end of the meet, he's been working really hard. He deserves live mounts. So he's certainly rewarding that work ethic.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the way it goes. Show up in the morning and work, and maybe the afternoon you'll be rewarded.
Loading in for the opener, 2-year-old fillies on the grass. Here's Chris Griffin with the call.
River Empress to the outside. Kinder Carmouche aboard, goes in. All set. And they're off. To the outside, Smiling Rosie's flashing early speed, and American Mink is in the early fray. American Mink is towards the outside, a Probable Choice who's going to press on, and it'll be the gray. Probable Choice starts to sprint away a little keen there, and just settling off of her is American Mink. They're 1-2. They really tap on the brakes, and they're trying to stack them up in behind, and they will. Probable Choice, and now rushing on through this slow tempo early as they really backed off of that pace. That was Miss Call, who ran up on heels, is now there in 3rd. It's a shared 3rd to the outside of Salt Princess. That's the leading quartet. Just behind them, traveling in tandem, is going to be Carrie, and towards the outside, Smiling Rosie. The 2 trailers, 2x2x2, and River Empress. They sort themselves out and work to the backstretch in 23-4 for the opening quarter mile. Probable Choice has the lead. More comfortable now is a half length in front of American Mink, who's been there the entire journey. 49.78 for a half mile time. Don Velasquez, Salt Princess, tightly at the rail, saving all the ground, start to move forward. They're now a clear 3rd. Patiently ridden still is Miss Call towards the outside, now more settled in the red cap. River Empress has started to move from the back, is circling rivals wide, has taken 5th, is going to be 3 wide in that second grouping. Now called upon for the effort is Carrie, is in behind horses. Here's 2x2x2, starts to warm to the task, and the trailer, Smiling Rosie, 1:15.23 for 3/4 of a mile, and Probable Choice at a big number is still there and sprints for home. Probable Choice has got the lead. Miss Call in full pursuit now, and now Miss Call's lifting up on the outside. Salt Princess is rallying on towards the inside. Late run here, Carrie, also River Empress, and here comes River Empress with momentum. Miss Call, Salt Princess keeps coming after Miss Call. Miss Call almost there. Miss Call won the opener. Miss Call over Salt Princess, then came River Empress in a photo. That's going to be 2x2x2 with Carrie in 1:45.17 seconds.
Miss Call took all that money and she delivered, getting the win at second asking. Still not completely straight, maybe leaning in a little bit there, as Maggie touched on. JK, she's figuring it out, but that experience certainly proving worthy as she gets the win at 3-1.
No, I mean, look, she took no money on debut, right? She's 36-1. If you're 36-1 in a maiden race, that means that there's really no expectation for you to win. And she ran well enough that day, running fourth in a sprint. Now she got an opportunity to stretch out a little bit. She shows up here, and she's 3-1 into the teeth of a couple of horses that made sense. Sometimes the board can be one of the best indicators of what to expect. When I looked down on paper, there wasn't a whole lot I loved about Miss Call, but when I saw her open up at 3-1, it felt like there was something there a little bit.
Improved effort as well from Salt Princess getting onto the turf first time out. She ended up going off at 5-1. She came up the rail, second best in here, but she certainly improved versus what we've seen on the dirt.
Dave Donk kind of throws off some of my handicapping things because he'll do unconventional things. I mean, he could have tried to run this horse for a tag or for a runner in a long maiden race in the grass this summer. There's plenty of those, and didn't do that. Just sprinted her 3 times on the dirt and then shows up here and runs a winning race going long on the grass.
There's your winner, though. Miss Call, Luis Rivera Jr. aboard. Getting some live mounts indeed, as this filly delivers. Daughter of Silver State getting the win at second asking. Over to Monmouth Park. Our coverage there will kick off with race 2. It is a $10,000 maiden claiming race. You've got some horses that have had several chances already, including this one, Vivid Artiste, who's making start number 13.
Yeah, doesn't have a lot of early speed from the rail. It's always a concern for me, especially at this level.
Big drop in class for Indigo Pass.
Big drop in class. Didn't get bet, didn't do any running, though. Not sure what to make of that.
Here's New Sensation, second off that layoff.
Yeah, this horse has never been bet and has never done an ounce of running.
Lady Catalina, 5-1.
Lady Catalina has been on the turf quite a bit, giving it a shot on the dirt now.
Champagne Mischief, the favorite, went by. More on her in a moment. And the 6 Corb Queen.
Yeah, this one has the best race is probably on the grass. I didn't love the race last time on the dirt, but the horse is drawn outside, and I think that could be a big advantage.
The favorite there, certainly off that second place finish, does make sense. But as we mentioned, the feature today, closing day over at Monmouth Park, will be the Joey P. Goes as race number 7 today on the turf, sprinting for the New Jersey breds, which is always fun as well. We have a lot of respect for the Jersey bred program, and it is Gold Trust, who is currently, I should say, the morning line, 3-1, a horse that finished second last time out when cutting back to a sprint distance. Actually ran okay, stretching out in the Irish War Cry 2 back, but definitely a sprinter.
Yeah, for sure. And when you have a horse that can have their lifetime best race going a sprint distance after switching from a route, it's safe to say that this is what they wanted to be doing. And I think Gold Trust will have an opportunity this afternoon to show that. Has enough tactical speed. For me, I love tactical horses in turf sprints.
Take a look at the last race for Gold Trust. This horse, as you said, tactical speed makes a big difference on this one. Getting the job done at a nice price, 6-1 last time as well. Has been pretty consistent and seems like a 4-year-old that is improving a bit for Mike Deeney and trying to make it back-to-back victories, sprinting on the grass. Finished 4th in this race last year. Last year was won by Smithwick's Spice. That's a hard
I had no shot. I'm glad you did it.
Won this race last year. Another one coming in off of a win, but does seem like the form is not quite as strong this year as it was last year.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, the numbers in the last 2 starts have not been that great. But when you look at a horse like Gold Trust, when you're close up and then you run away from horses late and end up winning by open lengths in a turf sprint, it says a lot.
Back to race 2, again, the maiden claiming the 5 Champagne Mischief, the favorite. We kind of skipped over her a bit in the post parade, and she just makes a lot of sense.
No, absolutely. I mean, look, it's one of those situations for me where there's not a lot of horses that have done a lot of running. So what you have to do is try to identify, well, who's the best of the best. And for me, the 6 towards the outside, Corbin Queen, has some experience. That turf race 2 races back, I thought was actually okay. And down on the inside for quite a bit of the last race, which can be problematic in terms of just like, you know, it's not comfortable down there all the time. But now they're drawn outside. They're going to be able to kind of see what everyone to the inside does. There's been enough races where this horse has shown some speed, and I'm just hopeful that Corbin Queen will have enough pace to be able to work out a comfortable trip from the outside, to be able to use that outside draw to an advantage. The rest of them, I mean, there's a lot. It's not a lot to kind of lean on.
No.
Usually in these spots, I want just who's going to make the front. Because whoever makes the front in races like this, to me, that's probably the 5, Champagne Mischief. But, man, she stops. And she's been stopping pretty badly in terms of how her pace figures lay out.
She's tough, for sure. I would honestly try to make a case for the 1 Vivid Artiste, but like you've touched on, she just has no speed. I mean, certainly with all due respect, I think it is a big rider change to take note of with Sammy Camacho climbing aboard. This is only her 3rd time around this level, and she ran in a live race last time out with a couple of next out winners. It's just, she's going to need some pace to run at. For a horse that has run several times already, it's only been a couple times at the lower level.
Yeah, sometimes with races like this, when you get to the bottom, I like to just kind of look through here and say, all right, who's run the best race in the highest class level?
Yeah.
Because sometimes they'll all have like okay races at the same level. That doesn't do a lot for me. The best race at the highest class level is probably Corbin Queen back in 2024 in that maiden race where she was 4th in a maiden special weight. Compared to the rest of them, I guess you could make the argument for Champagne Queen at Parks on May 20th. I think the winner comes from one of the 2 outside posts. Even money or 13-1. Obviously, I'm going to go with the 13-1.
Even money right now on the 5 Champagne Mischief. Graduation day for somebody in this second race. Loading in race 2, Monmouth Park. Matt Dinnerman standing by with the call.
Champagne Mischief, second to last. To the outside post, Corbin Queen. We're ready to go. And they're off. Indigo Pass away very slowly from post 2. Champagne Mischief on the lead. Corbin Queen from the outside right there. Vivid Artiste right behind them down on the fence 3rd. New Sensation in the green is next. 3 back to Lady Catalina, and Indigo Pass joins that runner at the back of the pack. They're down the back stretch. Champagne Mischief, the favorite, on top by a length from Vivid Artiste, who holds the inside spot on a hold second. Corbin Queen to the outside. New Sensation right behind that pair is within 2 lengths of the lead. They start to pack up. Indigo Pass is joining that runner, and Lady Catalina, who's deeper on the course, 4 wide, producing a bid. New Sensation dropping to the back as they round the far turn. Champagne Mischief confidently ridden, length in front, 3 parts now. Corbin Queen all in second. Indigo Pass tries a sustained run from last, is 3 wide coming off the turn, and Vivid Artiste right behind the leaders as they come off the turn here. Champagne and Mischief asks for more. Corbin Queen right up alongside. Champagne Mischief on the inside finding a little more now. Continues to lead the way. Champagne Mischief. Corbin Queen right there on the outside. Vivid Artiste is 3rd. About 100 yards to go. It's Champagne Mischief and Samuel Marin. They're going to take them the distance. Champagne Mischief over Corbin Queen, Vivid Artiste, and Lady Catalina.
Champagne Mischief, the favorite, delivering. JK thought you had a little chance there. Corbin Queen in second at a nice price, but as you touched on, handicapping this race, looked like the outside 2 held the best form, and that's how it played out.
Keisha, let me give you a little secret here. I did not put a pickup on the screen. I said I think the outside is going to win the 5 or the 6, so I technically gave out the exact.
You can take that as
That's
a win.
handicapper knowledge or logic 101. I'm just kidding. No, the 6 ran well. I thought there was a chance the horse would run by, but the 5 was just too much horse.
Back over to New York. Into the winner's circle goes Miss Call. Philly by Silver State, second time out for Ken McPeak, getting the job done. Certainly appreciating the stretch out in distance.
No, I mean, look, she's one of those horses that, you know, she did a little bit of running first time out, but I think that the art of tote board watching has been lost to a certain extent because of the prevalence of multi-race wagers, it kind of eliminates it. Like the fourth leg, it doesn't matter what the tote board says, your pick 5 ticket's already been in for 3 legs. But I think that sometimes when you can start a sequence or the start of the day or even a big race, the tote board can give you some cues, and Miss Call was absolutely being bet like she was going to run well.
$8.12 winner in race 1. 2-year-olds also in the spotlight in race 2 coming up. This one, New York bred maiden special weight sprinting on the grass for the 2-year-old fillies. And it is our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spencer Farm's 6-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief, sire of this year's Kentucky Derby winner, Sovereignty. Right now it is a granddaughter of Into Mischief in the one Ticket to Ride, who is currently the favorite for Saffie Joseph.
I'm a huge fan of Jose D'Angelo as a trainer. I just remember liking this horse last time in Saratoga. I thought the horse ran well enough, and I think that when you have young horses that are only make 2 career starts, you're learning about them. The trainers are learning, they're getting feedback, and then they can make adjustments if you think they are the type of trainer that is capable of learning from their experiences. I think Athenia, is going to run much better.
Interesting race coming up here. There's the current favorite, Ticket to Ride, on the rail, getting back onto the grass. The Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Maggie's Paddock report still to come after this on America's Day at the Races.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. Taking a little look at Coney Island. I have not been to Coney Island in forever.
I have not been to Coney Island.
I was going to say, I bet you haven't been.
I mean, I'm down, but I just haven't been. I never have. I think
It's a bit of a hike.
Is
on
it?
the train. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a bit of a hike. It's all the way out there. We'll take a team building field trip. Horses in the paddock for race 2, the Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Sit down, get a paddock report from Maggie.
Thanks, Acacia. And while the two top choices in here, that's at number 1, Ticket to Ride, and number 4, Atenea, they look fine. I have no problems with them. I will say this. I prefer the second time starting number 3 in here, Fancy Lights. To me, at least physically here in the paddock, she does look like a superior animal. She's just bigger, stronger, better looking, better put together overall. And I know we got very accustomed to George Weaver winning so many of those turf sprints for 2-year-olds with his first time starters. But the truth of the matter is he has very good numbers with his 2-year-olds that are still maidens sprinting on the turf. 6 for 19, 32% with a 388 ROI. I liked Fancy Lights first time out. I like her here yet again. If anything, she has been more focused, more professional. And like I said, she's a big girl, a massive, massive engine on her, which I love to see. And furthermore, the horses that finished 1-2 in front of her had experience and basically ran 1-2 around the racetrack. Another second time starter is number 4, Dancing with Destiny. She comes out of the same race as Atenea, and she was one that was incredibly green in the paddock up at Saratoga. She gave them so much trouble to get the tack on. Now they took her away from the saddling stalls and the rest of the horses here in the Aqueduct paddock, but she was a completely different horse this time around. She's been so much more settled and just showing another level of professionalism that you like to see. And furthermore, I think with her being better behaved, better, just showing more focus, she could be quicker. Now, obviously, there's quick horses in here like Atenea and even Fancy Lights and Ticket to Ride. But I think we will see her break much better today, which could ultimately give her a better chance. Acacia, I think she's one that might offer some value on the board that should move up here for Mike Deeney.
With that ever important experience, Maggie, thank you. We'll see what she can do in her next start. The number 1, Ticket to Ride, though, your favorite. She's only had 1 start on the turf. She actually debuted in a stake race in the Astoria with previous trainer Melanie Giddings, which, you know, you can understand taking a shot in an early stake like that, but then switching to the turf, she took a huge step forward.
No, I mean, she did. She ran huge that day. The thing about it is that in her 2 first starts, she did not break well. She broke a little bit better last time, but from an inside draw, I think at a short price, it's at least just important to mention. She did run well. She switched to Saffie Joseph's barn. When Saffie has a horse moving to him for the first start, whether it be a claim, whether it be a private purchase, whether it be a trainer change, 26%. So horses can improve, obviously, when they move to Saffie's barn. I would be just at least a little bit concerned about 2 of the 3 starts being, you know, not ideal from an inside draw in a turf sprint. Turf sprints, to me, is probably the most costly of all races to break slowly.
She will kick off the post parade, fillied by Honest Mischief. I think a really strong influence as far as turf sprinting does go. So she gets back on the grass today, but I think you bring up a really important point about her getting out of the gate.
I will say this, though. You eliminate her last race where she ran a slow buyer and ran poorly on the dirt, and you just build it off of her July 17th race, she would be a shorter price.
Here's first-time starter, Dancing Miracle.
Worked on the turf 2 back. We'll see if this one can handle it.
Daughter of War Dancer. There's Fancy Lights, second out.
George Weaver's been winning with every 2-year-old turf sprinter he has, basically. I exaggerate. This one didn't win. What does that say about her?
The 4, Dancing with Destiny, going by. There's the 5, Atenea.
Yeah, Atenea, I think it's going to be tough in here. She's got speed. She showed a lot more of it, actually, from a pace figure standpoint, first time out. Combine those 2 races, and I think she'll win this one.
Big price on the first are Angie's Angel, another first-time starter, To Be Wed.
To Be Wed, yeah. So this is one I want to talk with you about a little bit, Acacia, because the horse was entered on July 17th, scratched, entered September 1st and scratched. So theoretically, you'd like to think the horse has been ready for like, what, almost 3 months?
Yeah, this is a horse. She was, correct me if I'm wrong, she was only also eligible a couple times, wasn't she? Or was she in the body of the race?
I don't know for sure. Yes, yeah. Maggie says yes.
Yeah. So it's tough. You know, those 2-year-old races, you think about it, you have a young horse that you think could be precocious. Everybody wants to run and win in Saratoga, so you point for those. So yes, I think it's a little bit tricky sometimes with some barns that maybe take a little bit of time with their horses, like Horacio de Paz. You don't necessarily see them winning first time out. But it's hard because for a trainer, you work backwards from one particular race and you try to kind of map things out from there. So if you don't get in or you don't have the opportunity to run, it can be incredibly frustrating, and that's where you will sometimes start to kind of seek elsewhere. Now, if you're a New York bred, then you're even more limited with the types of races unless you think that it's the quality to run against open. But those open turf races up in Saratoga are going to be absolute wars. So probably, yes, kind of sitting on the shelf, but typically what you'll see is if you don't think that horse is going to get in off the also eligible list, they'll work around that same time. So they'll kind of still stay on the schedule.
Yeah, I get it. It's actually funny that you mentioned that. It's almost like it's based on who it is. It could be a negative or it could be a positive. Like you said, like maybe it's someone who's just like, I'm just going to get a race into this horse. So maybe they weren't ready on July 17th. They were just going to get a race in. And then they'd be ready for maybe at the end of the meet to get another race in and be able to run better. I guess it would be more of a negative for those who are ready to rock and roll first time out.
Exactly. Yeah, you try to map out a career, not always easy, doesn't always go to plan. Horses warming up though, and we'll check back in with Maggie.
And let's face it, they are horses at the end of the day, and they sometimes just like to do silly things. You never know what the excuse is or the reason is. She could have, gotten loose. She could have cut herself. It just silly things like that pop up all the time, especially when they're young horses. But taking a look at To Be Wed, she is one that did sell at the Fasig-Tipton Timonium sale. Unfortunately, they had that awful track. She did work over it, going 11 flat, but she was not really handling it that well. She was swapping leads back and forth, and just, didn't look necessarily comfortable. She also struck me as a horse that looked as though she wanted to run long because she just looked all legs. That's still what she looks like here. This is kind of, from my perspective, a bit of an odd entry, turf sprinting for her, because you look at her pedigree too, and it doesn't really back it up either, in that, he's fine with his turf sprinters, but on the bottom side, the dam is a full sister to Funny Moon, who's a multiple graded stakes winner going long on the dirt. And honestly, that's exactly what this filly looks as though she wants to do. All the precautions were taken when it comes to first time starting equipment. The cotton was in the ears, the little training saddle was on. So she has remained calm in the paddock. She's a little bit more high strung out on the racetrack. So, I would recommend just taking the wait and see approach with her. I wholeheartedly respect connections, but as you guys were saying, Horacio isn't necessarily a guy who wants them to win first time out. It's all about the building blocks when it comes to his program. As number one, Ticket to Ride, I wouldn't be necessarily scared about breaking slowly in those first two efforts. Now, she was a private purchase after the turf debut, and Mel Giddings had owned her herself. So when you're a trainer, you like to sell. You don't necessarily want to have horses on the books. You get them to run well enough, and you can sell them. So with Safi Joseph, I think he is a trainer that does put a bit more speed into his horses. So I think she'll break well. She's gotten a really nice warm up from Manny Franco. She's a wonderful mover. So therefore, I think she's incredibly dangerous in this spot occasion. We have 3 horses vying for favoritism, all at 5-2.
Certainly makes it fun and exciting. Maggie, thank you. Fancy Lights now highlighted as the favorite, filly by Galilean, who got his first winner yesterday with Fruiten winning for Todd Pletcher. Stands in New York. This one has the factor on the bottom side. It's all turf sprint. And yeah, I know this one didn't win first time out for George Weaver, but didn't take as much money as some of the other ones as well.
No, and look, and I say that jokingly. I mean, the horse can obviously take a step forward. It's not as if George has never won a race before until he started winning with 2-year-old turf sprinters. But I do think that the success he had for the first time started to go off at 5-1, it might say a little bit more about the horse's actual ability. And then the horse goes out there and runs. And, look, I wouldn't be shocked by any means if Fancy Lights wins, but at 5-2, I'd look elsewhere.
Where'd you land again? The 5?
Yeah, 5.
for Jose D'Angelo. Did show a lot of speed getting onto the turf last time out as well. Time for our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. New York bred sprinting on the grass. Chris Griffin has the call.
And there's To Be Wed to the far outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Slow start for Angie's Angel. Speed from Athenia, but has company. There's the gray. In between horses, Dancing with Destiny and Dylan Davis. They're up by a neck. Athenea's right there, stalking in second. And these front two get away. They're now almost 2.5 in front of Fancy Lights. Flavien Prat just took a look over his right shoulder, wants to move towards the outside and does. Towards far outside is going to be To Be Wed, who's now in 4th. At the rail moving forward, that's Ticket to Ride in 5th. Just behind them in 6th is Dancing Miracle. And after the start, the trailer, Angie's Angel, well into the far turn, 21-4 for that opening quarter mile. Dancing with Destiny takes it right to Athenia, and right in behind them, there's Fancy Lights, who's now in pursuit. Moves towards the outside. He's just gliding into it, and here comes a 3-wide run after that hot tempo, but the leader is Dancing with Destiny. Fancy Lights has the range, and here comes Fancy Lights trying to run after this leader, but Dancing with Destiny's got plenty still. Dancing with Destiny is trying to get away. Fancy Lights is going to try one final time. A 16th left to go. Dancing with Destiny is almost home. Fancy Lights trying to catch. Dancing with Destiny won it. Fancy Lights second, then Athenia, and Ticket to Ride in 1 minute 8.79 seconds.
We're Dancing with Destiny getting the win. Maggie commented on how much more professional she was today. Maybe still a bit green in the running of the race, JK, but she was able to get the win.
No, she absolutely was. I mean, she was getting out on the turn right when Athenia was sitting on right outside of her. It felt like things weren't going great in that moment, but once she straightened out, she's swishing her tail quite a bit there, too. Switches leads there. I would say that greenness is definitely the best way to describe the way she ran, but she's got a lot of talent to be able to overcome that.
Still a work in progress for sure. There's your unofficial winner, Dancing with Destiny. We'll take a look on the turn. Just something to highlight here. As you can see, look at Dylan Davis's reins, the way that he's trying to hold her and the way that her head is turning, because she is trying to drift out using that crop, Maggie. Not an easy thing, especially when you have a horse right to your outside.
I see this more often in turf sprints. It's because they're going so fast, and that centrifugal force, it will just kind of make a horse want to like lean out because they're going so fast. It's a tighter turn than obviously that we have on the dirt. So I don't, and her ears were flicking back and forth occasion. So I don't think it was necessarily, her being bad or trying to, get away from something. I just think she was going so fast that on that turn, it was just, like I said, it was going to swing her out anyway. Definitely didn't necessarily love the crop, that's for sure. So something for Dylan Davis to think of next time. But she was just one that was calling out that she was going to be quicker, A, and B, just more professional and have her mind on business at second asking here. And a job well done from Mike Deeney.
7-2, Dancing with Destiny gets the win. Daughter of Disco Partner with the victory here. 4-3, 5-1 in race 2 experience, paying off once again. Dancing with Destiny, more professional going into this race and showing that talent. Prices and more when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Now being 600,000 not it. I'm being 600,000 not a minute. I'm being 600,000 not a bit. Now 650. I'm being 650. I'm being 650,000 not anybody else. 650,000 not a minute. 1,650,000 not a half. 1,600,000 not a thank you.
Thursday on America's Day at the Races, join us for the Great American Harness Race, the 80th edition of the Little Brown Jug, live from Delaware Fairgrounds in Ohio. Thursday's action kicks off 1 Eastern on FS2.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Jackie's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jackie's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
Spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, Secretariat-like.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, Dancing with Destiny, heading into the winner's circle for trainer Mike Dean. He owns this one as well. Dylan Davis did a good job with her, maybe being a little bit tricky, reacting to that riding crop in the stretch, going quick, getting out on that turn there, but certainly showing much improvement as far as her performance today. Nice effort from the 3 Fancy Lights. It looked like she was going to run down the leader, JK, just not quite enough.
Yeah, I mean, you know, look, Dancing with Destiny, when she figures it out, because I don't believe she's figured it out yet. When she figures it out, she's going to continue to improve, and she's going to be a very, very formidable foe. She's got speed, and look, you know, and like Maggie said, it seems like Dylan probably learned a lot about her there that will help him going forward.
Race 3 coming up next, Monmouth Park, $8,000 claiming race, 6 furlongs on the main track for fillies and mares. And here's a look at the field right now. Number 6, taking a bit of more attention in the 6th to Tiger Lily, this New Jersey bred, dropping in class. She's never run this low before, or at least in quite a long time for this 7-year-old mare.
Yeah, no, I mean, she's taking money in here, and she's got a couple of performances, a 2nd and a 3rd, in her last 2 starts with wide trips that I think would make people probably feel like she can improve off of that. But I'm going to move 1 slot to the outside, and the 7, Equus, I'm going to go with, who I thought has run well in her last 2 starts, going the 7 and the 6.5. In both of those races, it almost feels like she would be a little bit better going a little bit shorter.
Yeah, I would certainly agree with that. And especially even as she's been running in claiming races, she's been doing it up at Saratoga recently. We'll give you some prices from our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day, Dancing with Destiny, $9.50 winner, 4-3-5. Pretty logical horses there. Dancing with Destiny at 7-2, getting the win at second asking. It's official in race 2. Back to Monmouth. We'll meet the field coming up for race number 3. This lower level claiming race here, again sprinting on the main track. They are slowly but surely making their way out and getting ready to kick off the post parade. There's Miss MM.
Yeah, her last start, she didn't show a lot of speed, but she does have some races in the past where she has shown some. The problem is most of her best races have been on the turf.
Here's Pop the Champagne Row.
Yeah, 2 starts back, she won and ran well in doing that. Last time, she was close enough to a slow pace and wasn't able to pull it off.
Scarborough Fair went by. There's the 5, Stormy Matoli.
Stormy Matoli, best race was on the grass. Sadly, this race is on the dirt.
D Tiger Lily, that dropping class.
Yeah, has been wide in the last 2 starts, taking a lot of money, a little bit too short of a price for me.
Equus makes sense.
This is where I'm going to land. I like the cut back for this one, and I hope that she does too.
And Softster to the outside.
Softster. It's kind of a mean name, isn't it?
I know.
Yeah.
Almost like Softster, yeah.
Someone just said it. Oh, my gosh.
Made me think of soft serve.
Soft serve.
Yeah.
I know someone who had soft serve at their wedding.
I did. Mr. Softy Truck.
It was good.
Had to. Your favorite, the 6, the Tiger Lily, drop in class on this one. Yes, makes some sense. I know you prefer Equus. Closing day over at Monmouth Park. I know you've gotten to spend a little bit of time there, especially before Saratoga.
Yeah, I enjoy Monmouth Park. I like it there. It's fun. It's one of those places that I would rather go to hang out than to work.
Yeah, I feel that about most racetracks, though.
Yeah, I mean, well, I guess I can't. I have to block that thought process out for Saratoga because I go there 40 days in the summer and I work every day. So
Right.
if I have to separate them. Yeah, no, it's great down there. It's a fun place. Like I just feel like it's a, you know, Del Mar's a shorts and flip flops place. I think Monmouth Park is that as well. You know, there's all these like kind of hidden nooks for food and fun food places, and they have these little sliders, but you have to go to this like little like kind of like it's a, you can't just go to any concession stand. You have to go to this place that's downstairs right by the Ladies Secret Bar.
Do they have a code word as well?
No, it's just a whole. Yeah, the Ladies Secret Bar. That's what it's called. So it's like right, and it's like they have these little sliders in there. They're like really, really good.
Cool.
So I just will
I love that.
go hide down there, and that's where I was when I won the Pick Your Prize contest.
That's good memories.
Yeah, when I was working, I had gotten off. Don't worry, management. I was off at that point when I had went down there. I was off.
I always think of Monmouth as like synonymous, like a backyard barbecue just like comes to mind.
100%.
You know?
Yeah, it's a cool place.
Yeah.
It's a really cool place, and the town is kind of fun too. We went to.
You could take the train there.
Yeah.
Which I like.
Yes, it's good. The drive in is nice. The drive home,
Not so
not so
much.
nice.
9 to 5 now on Equus. As
Next summer.
Next summer, yeah. 9 to 5 on Equus now with Sammy Camacho in the saddle, or it's just. I think. I know it's been running in claiming races recently, but those claiming races at Saratoga are a different breed than most claiming races.
Oh my gosh, it's impossible. I mean, I'd love to know the average number. We'll get someone in research to do this because we have a research department. I'd like for someone to find out the average number of drops on horses claimed from Saratoga. I bet it's more than anywhere else in the entire country.
Has to be. Popular to claim up there, especially a lot of horses dropping in class. Loading in, race 3, Monmouth Park. Here's Matt Dinnerman with the call.
Side post, Sopster. We're ready to go.
Go! We got geese, boys. We got geese. No, go ahead. We got geese. We got geese. We have geese. We got birds. Yo, we're not going yet. We're not going, Louis. We got ganso. Tenemos tiempo. Mira.
Believe it or not, it looks like there's some geese on the track. They're waiting to get off the race course here. That's what we're waiting on here. Looking at the starter, he's looking over at him. And the outrider's going to go over there and try to get those geese out of the way. The safety of our horses and riders are of the utmost importance, and we can add the geese to that list as well. Want to make sure they're safe as well. So our outrider going to try to get him off the track here.
Well, you heard Matt Dinnerman. This is not something you see every day, so unfortunate situation and looking like they're going to back out the field, which makes sense because if there's a delay of that time, then it's unfair to the horses and riders to keep them standing in the gate for that amount of time. So hopefully we can tell the geese this is not their moment.
Well, I'm not a zoologist, and I don't think Matt Dinnerman is either, so I don't think he'll be offended. Are we sure that they're geese?
Are they seagulls?
Yeah.
I don't know.
What's that term for people that know about birds? There's no way that's true. Mitch just said something in my ear. I do not trust him. Okay.
Domestic waterfowl. Maybe that's the more generic thing we should say about it.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't.
Ornithology is what he's saying.
Yeah, I will say this though. Matt Dinnerman has a rubber ducky collection.
He probably knows the
So
he probably knows birds better
He
than we
knows
do. Yeah.
Birds of water.
Yeah.
They're his thing. So maybe let me.
You have birds on your shirt.
Yes, but I'm no expert, and these are not birds of water. Oh, we're going back in.
Jonathan was surprised when I asked if that was a toucan on his shirt. As looks like we are loading back in over at Monmouth. I guess the geese / seagulls / fallen rubber ducks are off the track, which is good news, obviously, for horses, riders, and birds. We want to make sure that track is clear. Loading in once again, take 2, race 3, Monmouth Park. Let's go back to Matt.
Two more runners to load into the starting gate. Equus coming up. And to the outside post, Sopster rounding out the field. We're ready to go. And they're off. Smooth dispatch for all the runners. In the middle of the field, Stormy Mitoli out alertly with D Tiger Lily, who's quarter-horsed out of there to get forward position. A 3-deep Sopster with that party. Those three tussle on the front end. Equus runs in fourth with Scarborough Fair. Then Miss MM second to last. Pop the Champagne Row is trailing early on. 6 lengths from first to last with a half mile to go. It's Stormy Mitoli on the lead a half length from Sopster, who's the presser. Scarborough Fair makes her way into third while on a hold. D Tiger Lily shuffled back, level third around the far turn, tries to come back on again. Gap of 3 to Equus, sent along from 5th, is gaining some ground now. Miss MM drops back to the second last spot. Pop the Champagne Row still at the rear as they hit the quarter pole. Sopsters come under pressure. Stormy Mitoli still on the lead. D Tiger Lily right up alongside, makes her move to the front, and D Tiger Lily is soared by Stormy Mitoli, who bows out. Scarborough Fair is coming up the inside into the second position. 1 furlong to go. D Tiger Lily on the lead. Scarborough Fair is second. Then Stormy Mitoli coming towards the finish. It's D Tiger Lily. Sam Wilmer in with a double on closing day. D Tiger Lily scores by 2. Scarborough Fair was second. Equus third. Pop the Champagne Row fourth.
The Tiger Lily gets the victory. Went off as actually 7-2, a little bit more of a price on this one, who was taking the early money on that drop in class, and the second, as you heard, for Sammy Marin.
Yeah, I mean, look, the early money was right, and the late money was wrong. To drift up, that's a pretty big drift too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this horse ran well. For a second and a half, I thought Equus had a shot, but it was a second and a half.
Horses in the paddock for race 3, Belmont at the Big A. There's a look at the 4 leading roll dropping in class. We will find out who the winner is of that one coming up next.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
It is all she feels pretty.
Yet another grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Caraconte.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Race 3, Belmont at the Big A, is next on our agenda. We'll be sprinting on the main track. Maiden claiming for $20,000 and leading role, son of Oscar Performance, currently even money favorite. I like, there's a lot of clever names for the progeny of Oscar Performance.
Yeah, they're fun. They're the Oscar Performances they lead to good names.
They certainly do. There is Remember the Chief to kick off the post parade, dropping in class, and next will be Nice Try Riley.
Nice Try Riley. Yeah, I mean, I think last time, this horse got a pretty good trip and still wasn't able to pull it off.
Gray Ace down to the 20,000.
Yeah, it broke well last time, and then all of a sudden just got wrangled back out of there. Hopefully they'll show a little bit more speed here today.
Leading role, more on that one in a moment. There's Seeker's Hope and Freedom Maker. This is a quick post parade.
Yeah, Freedom Maker, they're going fast. Drawn outside. I love when I feel like the best horse has drawn outside, because I feel like less bad things can happen from out there, especially in a small field. What are you going to do, go 2 or 3 wide? That's the worst thing that could happen. And also, Acacia, there could be a lot worse things than us being in the greatest city of the world currently.
Absolutely. Love it. You can see that view of the skyline here from Aqueduct. I think it's on that balcony on the 3rd floor, right?
You know what? I go from here to the A-train platform. No, actually, that's not true at all. I love hanging out here. I just have to work here all the time.
Of course, you saw that. You can sign up at NyraBets.com. Use promo code MATCH200 for that deposit match sign up. More on this race after this.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with NyraBets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NyraBets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
As they say, book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
If you can make it here.
Book 'em, Dano in a thriller. Book 'em, Dano wears him down. Book 'em, Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
You can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em, Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here on FS2, as we are brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. As horses are finishing up and wrapping up their warm-ups, we'll check in with your favorite. That is number 4, leading role in here. And the fact of the matter is that his best race is sprinting on a fast main track. He's only done it once before. It was 2 back. He was second at Churchill in a maiden 50. And this is exactly what he looks like he wants to do here. They did pay quite a lot of money for it. It's the sobering reality of horse racing when you pay a lot of money for a horse that just doesn't work out. $335,000 in for the 20 today. Looks good, looks sharp. Although he'll be my pick in here, there's some other interesting horses, especially right to his inside as number 3, Gray Ace, taking a good bit of play as well as I think he could wreak havoc on the favorite in here because of the potential to show early speed. And Gray Ace, it does put blinkers on, a short cup cheater blinker, but he has been sharp throughout, and he's really striding out nicely in the paddock as well as in the warm-up too. Now Ruben Severa opting to stay with the pony, so not really getting an aggressive warm-up, but I think there's a recipe for this horse to be forwardly placed, as the horse that's hoping there is some pace to run into is number 6, Freedom Maker, whom I think overall, if you're just judging horses on appearances, looks best here. But the fact of the matter is he's never sprinted on the main track in his life, and for me, he does look like one that wants to cover more ground, and I just don't love on this racetrack horses having to make those deep closing moves down the stretch. So we'll see what he's able to do here for Linda Rice, as a long shot that's never been on a fast main track is number 2, Nice Try Riley. In his last race, Acacia, he really looked as though he needed it. He was heavy. He's a lot more fit and tucked up today. He'll apply a pair of short cup cheater blinkers here for Lisa Barkowski, excuse me, and I just thought he was kind of an interesting, murky kind of horse in here that I don't think is going to be too far off the pace either.
Maggie, thank you. Nice try, Riley. Second off the layoff. Favorite continues to be, though, Leading Roll with that drop in class.
Yeah, Leading Roll is taking a lot of money in here and is super live, I would imagine, for black type thoroughbreds and Swinbank stables. I'm going to go to the outside with the 6, Freedom Maker. I think this horse is drawn extremely well for the situation.
Faced much tougher last time out as well. Freedom Maker cutting back. Pick 5 kicking off here. Race 3 up next. Belmont at the Big A. Here's Chris Griffin.
Goes in. All set. Practice there. Remember the chief. Now settles. And they're off. Broken and even line. Nice try, Riley. Great ace. And right there comes Leading Roll. Assumes command, and Leading Roll is up by 3/4 of a length. It's Leading Roll who's in front. Joining this leader immediately is going to be Seeker's Hope. Is towards the outside, they're 1-2. Tightly at the rail, that's Nice Try Riley is going to muscle on through, is challenging for third as Gray Ace holds that position in 4th. The 2 at the back, that's Freedom Maker with Remember the Chief. 22.46 for the opening quarter mile, and Leading Roll has the front. Company from Seeker's Hope towards the outside is within ahead of the leader. Nice Try Riley is under a tight hold here, is at the rail in 3rd, and Gray Ace towards the outside. Here comes a run, Kendrick Armouche on Freedom Maker, and they're making up ground quickly. They're building momentum. They're about to challenge for that 3rd position. The trailer is Remember the Chief. Leading Roll is down to the inside, is confronted by Seeker's Hope, and Seeker's Hope is challenging Leading Roll. Leading Roll towards the inside, Seeker's Hope towards the outside. Nice Try Riley switches to the outside, but the front 2 start to get away from the rest, and Leading Roll is extending the margin now. A furlong left to go. Leading Roll still chasing a Seeker's Hope. Nice Try Riley's commencing that rally, running out of time. Leading Roll, Santana Jr. almost there. Leading Roll gets the victory. Leading Roll wins it. Tight photo there. Looked like Seeker's Hope holds on over Nice Try Riley. Then came Remember the Chief in 1 minute 16 and 4.
Leading Roll took the drop in class. Looked on paper to be potentially one of the best horses in the race, and that's exactly what he did throughout the running of the race as well.
What a weekend for Reagan Swinbank, huh? Texas A&M beats Notre Dame 41-40, and then he gets to see his maroon silks rolling down the rail at the Big A to get the win with the 4 Leading Roll. Congratulations to Reagan Swinbank. Black type thoroughbreds, the rest of the group. This horse ran extremely well. I thought the horse was ran over a few times. Down on the inside, looked like they were in trouble, looked like there was horses from the outside that were going to swallow them up, but never happened. And there's the great state of Texas in the back of that silk.
Ricardo Santana in the saddle, 4 and 6 claimed out of this race, as well as 2 taking those big drops in class. So Leading Roll win and get claimed. Certainly an ideal situation there. With Ricardo aboard, it delivers at even money for 5-2-1. Seemed like 2 at a big price. Nice try, Riley. Was making a little bit of a rally. Had to settle for third and there, but leading role, no doubt about the winner, and Ricardo Santana, who's continued to impress when riding here on the NYRA circuit. Bring you prices and more for the third race in a minute when it goes official. When we come back after this break, we'll take a look at the fourth race coming up, which is the Athenia. Trainer Chad Brown looking to pick up another stakes victory with Whiskey Decision, who will make the third start in his barn. And how about New York-bred Moon Age Daydream? She's 5 for 7 over this turf course.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
And Journalism is third now, continues the sustained run on the outside. They're at the top of the stretch in the NYRA Bets Haskell. Gosker head in front, goal-oriented, trying to keep up. He's second. Journalism on the outside needs to quicken right now. 1 furlong to go. Gosker, goal-oriented inside, stubborn. Journalism, here he comes with those big, robust strides. Journalism, he's the headliner today.
Journalism winning the Haskell this summer. Most recently saw him take on older horses and run second behind Fierceness out in California. Certainly one of the top 3-year-olds, and he has danced every dance.
He has, and he deserves a lot of credit. This is one of my favorite years I could think of in the last 15 or 20 of the two-turn dirt division for males. We have super talented 3-year-olds that are super exciting, right? Journalism, Sovereignty. We'll see what Baeza does this weekend or next weekend. And then also you have the older males in terms of Fierceness and Sierra Leone, Antiquarian. Like I'm very grateful that we have what we have going on with these horses, especially Journalism, Sovereignty, who could give us more hopefully moving forward.
Absolutely. Lots to look forward to. Really exciting. Some highlights throughout the Monmouth Park meet there. I think, as to be expected, the performance in the Haskell one of the big highlights, but a lot of really nice performances and a lot of stakes wins by Chad Brown over there as well.
Yeah, Chad did really well down there. You got randomized Whiskey Decision, who we'll see here within the hour, so it'll be fun.
Race 4 coming up next at Monmouth. It is a 2-year-old maiden special weight going 5.5 furlongs on the main track for the fillies. And it is the number 4, Clara Vidente, who is currently, I'd certainly butcher that pronunciation. Where's Lafitte when we need him? Who's currently one of the favorites, now tipping over to Midnight Ginny. But that one, a first-time starter. A couple with experience that have shown a little bit out there thus far. The 8 is out. We'll get a chance to meet the field in just a moment as they make their way around. There is your current favorite, the number 1, Midnight Ginny.
Yeah, this horse is a half to a horse called Ace It, who ran here like 2 days ago. Didn't run well, but
that's the one that I just looked it up too because you mentioned that lost Lane Leslie at the start, unfortunately.
Yeah. But
so.
you know, I saw the Ace at half and I got excited.
Here is Better with Vino. I can agree with that.
Yeah, no doubt. A horse that puts the blinkers on and maybe that'll help improve.
Mara Jolene, daughter of Munnings.
Yeah, not taking as much money as I thought this one would take based on the morning line.
Clara Vidente.
Yeah, I learned a lesson this summer that experience matters more than you can imagine.
Ship of Fools debuting.
Yeah, the Gervin had a hot little run for a little while. Let's see if maybe this one was in part of that equation.
New Jersey bred, Last Flag Flying.
Yeah, didn't take much money, broke a little bit slow, a little bit of a concern in races like this.
And first-time starter, Quality of Essence, homebred for Vinny Viola's St. Elias stable.
Yeah, you see the St. Elias in there, you start thinking what's going to happen here. This horse is a half to a horse that ran okay in Master Mule.
The Damn Shippy was pretty precocious as well. She won early, then turned out to be a little bit better on the turf as well. As we turn our page back over to New York, stakes action time. Belmont at the Big A in race 4. It's the Athenia, 1 1/8 on the turf for fillies and mares, and you have quite a few New York breds in here, including Moon Age Daydream, Awesome Check, Spinning Colors, those horses coming out of the Yaddo. The Ticonderoga, the end of October, no really kind of New York bred stake right now for those horses.
Acacia, trust me, I know that New York breds start with an advantage. I know it. But I still feel like Whiskey Decision has been knocking heads with a little bit better, and I think she could be tough.
Yeah, that's a question you have to ask. Do you give credence to those New York bred stakes or want the ones that have been running in graded stakes company? The Athenia coming up on America's Day at the Races after this.
Twirling Candy, proven Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Kilwin, Ice Cream You Scream, AG Bullet, and Fian, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's post time for the Whitney. The field turns for home. Fierceness is the one to catch. He has a 3-length lead. Sierra Leone down the center of the track is coming with powerful strides. And Highland Falls is in there too. But it's Sierra Leone who takes the lead from last to first. Highland Falls trying his best. Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Gun runners on top of the world.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale. Located in the most racing-rich region of the country, this sale offers a diverse catalog of yearlings from some of America's most lucrative state-bred programs, with leading national and regional sires represented. Recent grads include graded stakes winners Crazy Mason, Nisi Marie, Our Shot, and Post Time, a strong source of stakes-winning talent. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, Tuesday, September 30th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
You're watching America's Day at the Races. We have race 4 coming up next at Monmouth Park for the 2-year-olds. And pretty wide open as far as the tote board is concerned. It did really feel like, though, JK, that as far as, I know it's a first-time starter taking money from the rail right now, coming in relatively quick, it felt a little bit like the ones with experience might have a touch of an edge against this group.
Look, I'm sure the one has shown something in the mornings that suggests that this horse should run well. One of the things I'll say, though, is when I look at horses that are making their debuts, when they work, 4 furlongs, 5 furlongs, and their last work is 3. When the last work is 3, to me it means the trainer believes we're fit enough. Let's just sharpen the horse up. We're fit. Because if you're worried about being fit, you're not going to go 3. You're going to go 4 or 5 furlongs in your last work. So the horse is probably ready to rock and roll, but I can't argue with the fact that the 4 has more experience, and that last race, to me, will be very hard to beat. I'm going to go with the 4 in here. I'm sure the 1 will run well, but it's the 4. I'm not going to take that chance. I will.
Clarividente.
Clarividente.
Yeah. When you say it slowly, it's actually not
Do you
that
say
bad.
C after that?
Sí, señor.
C.
Yeah. Showed speed, finished second at Finger Lake, 64 by her speed figure as well. We'll see what she does. 2-year-old fillies coming up at Monmouth. Here's Matt Dinnerman with the call.
Quality of Essence to the outside. Waiting for Quality of Essence to come up to the gate. Goes it. We're ready to go. And we're off. Mara Joline up slowly. Midnight Ginny from the inside post dashing to the lead. Clarividente taking second. Last Flag flying third. Better with Vino inside 3 off the lead. Another 3 to Quality of Essence, joined by Mara Joline, who broke slowly but has some early speed all the way into 5th. While Keen here with a half mile to go. Ship of Fools is at the back of the pack as they go towards the far turn. It's Midnight Ginny on the lead, a length and a half from Clarividente in second. Better with Vino third, sent along. Mara Joline 4th now, within 3 lengths of the lead. Last Flag flying is giving way. Quality of Essence still second to last, trying to make a move on the fence. And Ship of Fools is trailing as they come to the top of the stretch. Midnight Ginny is the leader. Clarividente on her tail chasing second. Midnight Ginny hugs the rail, opens up 3. Mara Joline has run a useful race on debut after blowing the brake, but she's starting to flatten out here. Quality of Essence is coming on the scene late, but Midnight Ginny has opened up to a 4-length lead. Midnight Ginny, the daughter of Cloud Computing, is going to score wrapped up late, giving Samuel Marin a hat trick. Clarividente second, Quality of Essence third, Mara Joline 4th.
Midnight Ginny with the victory here. She took money and she certainly delivered on debut, and she was quick.
Yeah, she was quick. When she broke away from there, based on her price.
She broke better than her brother Aceit did the other day.
I knew. Oh, she certainly did.
Yeah.
When she broke like that, with her price being bet the way she was gone. You have to take into consideration the tote board, especially in races like this with lightly raced horses.
So the number 1, you'll see Midnight Ginny break really fast, slow, green break from the number 3, Mara Joline, who ends up starting off the race last. Then she has to kind of rush up and use herself early, whereas Midnight Ginny's able to get comfortable, kind of switch off a little bit when controlling things on the front end. It's also the matter of energy used throughout the early part of the race.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the 4, Clarividente, didn't really have any excuse, except for that. Her excuse when she goes back is like, I would have won today if it wasn't for Midnight Ginny. That's her only excuse. She broke well. She ran well. She held off all the oncomers after chasing a really talented horse in Midnight Ginny, but Midnight Ginny was just much the best.
Midnight Ginny getting the victory. She had shown promise in the mornings, showed promise in the afternoon as well. Sharp break, getting the win. That's 3. move for Sammy Marin today as well. Back over Belmont at the Big A, the Athenia coming up next. Again, a mile and an eighth on the turf, and it is the number 4 Whiskey Decision. Now, she has to prove that she can do it again with that performance in the Eatontown, but as you were touching on, JK, she's been running against graded stakes company, whereas some of the other main contenders running in restricted state-bred company.
Here's the thing. I certainly don't want to offend anyone who owns the 3, 5, or 8. They feel eerily similar to me, all of them, right? Like they all are just kind of like right there in that arena. I think that if you give one the best trip, Spinning Colors can beat Awesome Check. Awesome Check can beat Spinning Colors. Moon Age Daydream, is right there outside of them. That's the only reason why I feel like Whiskey Decision just has a bit of an edge on them facing open company, and she's right there in the mix too. I just think she's got a little bit of an edge.
Now, this is her win in the Eatontown, 2 starts back. She did get a dream trip this day, but she still won a graded stake, which is something that she certainly has proved for herself. Disappointed in the Boston Spa last time out, where the winner, Ozaro, they kind of had a tale of trips. Better performance there. Fabian Pratt going to climb aboard Whiskey Decision today, 8-5 on this filly, as Chad Brown certainly has quite a bit of success in the Athenia in the past. Wow.
I'm so distracted. That's an
Were
old
you
picture.
counting?
No, it's an older picture. I think Chad has better sunglasses now. This is an old picture. I feel very confident of this. He's got some good ones. Technical Analysis, one of my favorite. She was one who found her best on the front end, and I loved that about her. She was so quick away from there. He's got a lot of success in this race.
Well, Whiskey Decision, the favorite, though. Maggie, in the past, she could be pretty revved up prior to her races. What is she doing today?
Yeah, Chad Brown looking for his 10th win in this Athenia, and no, she is not revved up. I was actually on set when she won 2 back in the Eatontown, and what I can tell you is that day, it was a bog. And that is her best effort. I know she got the run of the race, scooting up the rail, where Ozara had to be on like the 4 to 5 wide hunt throughout there. But it does bother me a bit that, at least as of now, her best race came on a course that had a ton of rain on it. It just rained nonstop that day. I can attest. I had to stand out in it for the entire day up until that point where I got on set for that Eatontown. Now, she's very calm in the Aqueduct paddock, which this paddock just seems to have that effect on horses. She looks great here physically, but too, her last race bothers me a bit. I know Ozaro got a nice trip, but there was nothing wrong with her trip either, other than just being a little bit further back than her, and she didn't do that much running. So maybe this is an easier spot. Maybe she'll be able to get the job done, but I think she is somewhat of an untrustworthy favorite. As number 1 Edict, I think, don't dismiss her automatically here. She's another one that drops out of graded stakes company, and I know that we have gotten accustomed to her being on the front end, but if you go back to her Bogey, she rated comfortably, and that is her best effort to date. Whereas then she caught that bog on June 6th in the Grade 1 New York, and she was only beaten 1.5 lengths in the De La Rose. And last time out in the Boston Spa, a little bit of a faster pace as well. So I think she can rate. She gets the inside trip. She is pretty revved up, but she typically is overall. I think she looks great here heading out for this Athenia, as number 5 is Moon Age Daydream, named for the David Bowie song. And she's one that was second, or she is now second off of a layoff. I think she was a little bit too fresh heading into that August 22nd effort in the Yotto, in which she just was a bit keen overall. Now, she was on the hedge, which is where you want it to be, but just a tightener for a big burly type of mare is always going to be beneficial, Acacia. So I think there's another move forward in her.
Maggie, thank you. Let's meet the field for the Athenia, starting off with Edict.
Yeah, Edict, you know what? I gotta tell you what. This horse, Dave Donk, shows you he'll get one ready. Sneaky.
Amen to that. There is Lady Firefoot. Can she turn things around at a big, big price?
No.
Spinning Colors, we know her game. It's use that speed.
I've liked her a few times. For a horse that's like forward and can take advantage, I just think maybe she's in deeper waters now with some horses that can deal with her.
Whiskey Decision, the favorite.
Look, she beat Ozara, who is a 93 type horse. Ozara beat her last time. I think she's just better than these horses.
Moon Age Daydream went by. There is Long Shot Flowers for me and another long shot Dreaming of ABBA.
Yeah, ABBA, that's a band, isn't it?
Correct.
Thank you.
You seen Mamma Mia?
I literally, only reason I knew that, on the train yesterday, I saw a sign that said Mamma Mia, music by ABBA.
An Awesome Check.
Yeah, Awesome Check. Who I thought last time, in all fairness, probably got the worst of the trips. If I needed a horse out of the Yotto,
yeah,
this would probably be the one that I would take, especially
agree.
the fact that she's 7-2.
I agree. And she's been in good form lately, too. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up today and get up to a $200 deposit match bonus using promo code MATCH200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world, and you can start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. There is Awesome Check. She is a horse that, like I said, she's been in really good form. It did seem that 3 back in the Mount Vernon, the speed was really holding on the turf at that time, so she was up against it. Then she came back with an allowance win, and then after that, taking on the Yotto and able to run down Moon Age Daydream and Spinning Colors.
Yeah, so when I talk about Spinning Colors, Moon Age Daydream, and Awesome Check, the reason I think Awesome Check got the worst trip wasn't because she got a bad trip. It's because the other two got perfect trips. Moon Age Daydream got a great trip in the pocket. How much better could you get for her? Spinning Colors got loose on the front end, which she likes to do. And neither one of them were able to pull it off, while Awesome Check still won while the other two got their trip.
Yeah.
So for me, playing this pick 6 that currently has $25,000 in the pool, I wouldn't need anyone outside the 4 and the 8. And frankly, if I had a cheap ticket I was trying to put together, I'd just single the 4.
3-2 now on Whiskey Decision. There is Moon Age Daydream. One thing you can certainly say about her, she's 5 for 7 over this turf course here, and has been very good in New York Bred Stakes Company. I mean, she did come back off of a big layoff. That Yotto was a big effort, not having run since October.
That is a phenomenal point, and certainly that could be her excuse, right? We're like, oh, well, maybe she. But the problem is that from a figure standpoint, depending on what figures you look at, she ran almost as well or better than she typically does. Mm-hmm. So, I guess there's a world in which she could improve off of that. And then if she does, then she'll win this race for fun. And in her next start, she'll run against Open Company because she then had, she'll run against, she's running against Open now. But I'm saying she'll move forward to a deeper spot to face some tougher types. But I just, look, at 9-2, I wouldn't talk anyone off. I just prefer the 4 and the 8. The one that I don't like, that I have oddly liked more than I should, is the one in the picture right now, the 3 Spinning Colors. I've liked her
Didn't
before.
you pick her in the Delarose? You liked her that day, right?
Yeah, I think,
She ran very
I've liked
well.
her. I've liked her.
She ran very
I think
well.
she's. I think that some of her loose wins are sneaky good. I've had it with her at this point.
As we see horses warming up on the track. Maggie, the New York breds, can they make some noise in this Athenia?
Yeah, I like this kind of matchup. You know, you have the New York breds versus the Open Company type of horses with Whiskey Decision and Edict in here. And, you know, I know on buyers, they kind of look the same, though other ones, they have the New York bred race faster coming in here. Like I said, I have my reservations about Whiskey Decision. I cannot fault her whatsoever in the looks department, the behavior department. She looks fantastic. But there's some intangibles that I just don't really, if she wins today, then I can put those all to bed, that, you know, she's not just a, wet turf course horse, she is okay. So I am going to land on Awesome Check, though. I'm siding with my New York bred girls. I love them. As you said, you hit the nail on the head, Acacia. She's just in fabulous form here now as a 4-year-old. And as we get towards the tail end of this 4-year-old season, there's every reason to say that she could be getting better. And like that's the case, too, when you look at number 5, Moon Age Daydream. She's a 5-year-old now. That's when you often see horses really reach their pinnacle, reach their best. So I think we are seeing the best of them now as just a complete goofy horse. There are 3 of them in here that help make the race go, and we're glad they're here. But there's a weird horse in number 6, Flowers for Me. She showed some promise as a 2-year-old, and then she's off for a year and a half on the dirt. She doesn't want any part of that. Definitely doesn't want any part of sprinting on the dirt. Then they try her sprinting on the turf, which, okay, at least she regains a little bit of her form, wired by obstreperous that day. Now she's back to what she looks like she wants to do. She's in deep. I fully heed that fact. But she looked fabulous. She physically looks like she belongs with several of these in here, and she's 3rd off that extended layoff. She's getting to run long on the turf. I don't know, Acacia, maybe one that you throw in underneath at 44 to 1.
Well, Maggie, I like it because I was in the paddock for her last race and I wrote, love being back on turf, wish it was going longer. So that's what she gets to do today. So we are very much of the same mindset there. But JK, as far as the number 1 Edict is concerned, we've seen her on the lead in the last couple, but as Maggie pointed out back in the paddock, she's shown that she can actually rate comfortably. How does this pace play out in the Athenia?
Well, the thing about it is that Edict has been one who's found herself on the front end in her last 3 starts. And I'm sure that there's a lot of people in the world that are looking down. They see Kendrick Carmouche and they think Kendrick, Spinning Colors, Edict, the pace is going to be fast. But Kendrick, he's a little sharper than that. He's a little smarter than that. And why wouldn't he find his position moving forward, encourage Spinning Colors to go a little bit faster than maybe she wants to, and then Kendrick just sit right in that little beautiful pocket spot right on the inside. Now, Edict is going to be the one who makes that decision, right? If she wants to pop away from there and find the front, Kendrick's going to be kind of in a tough spot. But I think Kendrick's going to take back, and let's see if she runs a little bit better, getting a little bit of cover from the inside.
And I know that she was well beaten, but it was a very soft turf course that day. 3 back, where she was running in grade 1 company against She Feels Pretty.
Yeah, she was 30 to 1 in She Feels Pretty's race, and that's, I would call that being bet.
Agreed.
In that race.
Against that field for sure. As looks like they're having a little bit of trouble. Is that the 3 Spinning Colors? Yeah, looking like she's being a little bit obstinate there. Behind the gate, there she goes, getting ready to load in. We've seen her get some pretty sweet trips on the front end with some slow paces. Curious as to how it might play out today. The Athenia coming up from New York, Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Goes in. All set. And they're off in the Athenia. Speed right to the front from Edict, and Edict is now a neck in front of Spinning Colors, who's going to be stalking second. They're far apart as they come out of the chute, and Edict and Spinning Colors, they're the top 2. Just off of them, Moon Age Daydream. Joel Rosario tightly here at the rail is tipping out there. Doesn't want to be on the rail as Edict is going to leave the rail open, and way out there in the center of the course is Spinning Colors. So Spinning Colors is just loping along, but is out and about the 3 path, now moves in closer. Moon Age Daydream got through at the rail, is now going to be a close-up second. Edict got off the rail as they're in 3rd, and they're to the outside of Whiskey Decision, who's now a well-tracking 4th. Just behind them, that's Dreaming of Abbas. In between horses, just got passed by Awesome Check. The 2 at the back, Flowers for Me, and Lady Firefoot. They work up the backstretch. 23.21 was the opening quarter, and they went a half in 48 seconds flat. Spinning Colors appears to be doing it very easily so far. Moon Age Daydream right there at the rail, just waiting for the cue, is just following this easy pace setter right now. And towards the outside as Edict is ready to challenge. That's still the top trio. At the rail, Whiskey Decision is back there in 5th, is in behind Awesome Check, who will get first run. Here comes Dreaming of ABBA, who's ranging up out wider towards the back end of the field. Flowers for me, and still trailing Lady Firefoot. Spinning Colors took them 113 flat for 3/4 of a mile, and now the sprint is on as they reach the top of the lane. Spinning Colors gets the cue. Edict is trying to pounce. Moon Age Daydream dives down towards the inside. Awesome Check 4 across the course. It's Spinning Colors still with a head in front. Edict is right there. Here comes Whiskey Decision lifting late on the grandstand side. It's now going to be Whiskey Decision to the outside of Edict. Whiskey Decision sprints away and wins the Athenia. Whiskey Decision over Edict, then came Awesome Check in a photo. That's Spinning Colors with Moon Age Daydream in 1 minute 48.60 seconds.
Whiskey Decision in the final jumps gets the win as she runs down Edict. And JK, it's kind of one of those things that we talked about. Sometimes you just can't beat class. The two horses coming out of those graded stakes run 1-2.
Let me be clear. New York breds start with an advantage. I truly believe that. But it's just a situation where these three New York breds, they're all very good. Love to own all three of them. But the races they've been running in, they had shown kind of trading punches with one another that none of them really stood out. So you get a horse like Whiskey Decision who just kind of shows up in this spot facing them, who's been battling with tougher competition, right? We talked about Ozara running a 93 buyer last time. These other horses, these New York breds, haven't run 93 buyers. Whiskey Decision, once upon a time, beat Ozara. I just feel like she was better because she didn't get a better trip. I mean, she ran well enough. She got a good trip, but it wasn't. She was just better than these other horses, and she ended up running away and winning by 2.
And Edict at 12-1, a generous price, also coming out of that Boston Spa behind Ozara. She, not necessarily in the pocket, but she was not on the lead, letting Spinning Colors go to the front. Then Moon Age Daydream was rushing up, and it seemed that Kendrick on Edict really wanted her to kind of be just off the hip of the leaders pressing.
Yeah, I mean, I think the second part of the story, obviously the first part is that Whiskey Decision wins this race, is that this is the kind of decision-making that Kendrick has. This is what Kendrick does. This is why he's had the success that he's had. It's why he's won, 3 grade 1s since the 4th of July, if I'm not mistaken. And it's because it's not, you would think if Kendrick is this like over-the-top speed rider gate guy, he breaks and goes to the front, doesn't he? But he didn't. He didn't do that. What he decided to do was he broke away from there, made Spinning Colors go faster to make the lead, took back, and if Whiskey Decision gets in a little bit of trouble, Kendrick pulls it off with a great ride. You can't be results-oriented. Kendrick rode this race perfectly. He just got beat by a better horse.
Whiskey Decision at even money. Flavian Pratt aboard, wait behind the leaders, tip out, come running late. She gets the victory in the Athenia with her class prevailing. Back over to Monmouth Park. It's race 5 coming up next on the turf from the chute, going a mile and a 16th. And it is the number 4 right now, and One Time Willard, who's currently the favorite, last out winner as Paco Lopez has been aboard. Jorge Vargas going to be up today, but a horse that has been in pretty solid form recently.
No, he absolutely has. He's got the right numbers. He's one that's, I wouldn't call him tactical. He's right on the outside of tactical. But if, they'll probably pop away from there. He'll probably end up getting a nice inside draw into the, inside position into the first turn. But he's one that deserves to be taking the money he is from a speed figure standpoint. But I'm not quite sure I trust him.
A little bit tough to trust. Most of these in here will meet the field. They're starting off with the 1 High Beta, at least lightly raced.
Yeah, has been facing lesser, has been short prices, but ran well.
Here's the 2, Real Sensation.
Trying the grass for the fourth time. None of them have been great.
Virginia City went by. There's One Time Willard, the favorite.
Yeah, this is a horse we talked about previously. I think this horse deserves to be the favorite.
Magical Marriage.
I have a Magical Marriage.
Me too.
Yeah.
I like that.
Fist bump.
Yeah. Ready to Fly went by. Sand Pipes went by, and there's Prince of Troy.
Yeah, Prince of Joy. We went really far.
They're going fast.
Yeah, very quick. Very
Keep
swift.
Up. Come on. As Monmouth Park training title. Jorge Delgado with 21 wins. Chad Brown with 20. He has the inside runner here, Chad, with the one high beta off the layoff. And for Chad Brown, who tied in dramatic fashion to win the Saratoga meet leading title, tying with Todd Fletcher. Very solid performance to be very close to tying or winning the Monmouth meet training title as well.
Yeah, I certainly don't want to say that Monmouth is Chad's second other track, right? I mean, I know he sends horses down there that are very well meant, and he takes advantage of their condition book like he does others. But to have that many wins down there, it's definitely an accomplishment for Chad and his team. But Jorge right there with one above Chad in that situation, which is, I'm sure, a pretty good accomplishment for that operation as well.
Chad Brown and Klarovich represented by the one high beta, as this one will have Pedro Cotto in the saddle, getting a little bit rambunctious out there on the track. This colt has not run since February down at Tampa. Ooh, watch out there. A little bit tough to handle. Feeling fresh for sure. More on that race at Monmouth in a moment. Back over to New York. Whiskey Decision getting the victory for that guy, Chad Brown, with the win. Let's head down to Maggie.
And here with winning rider Flavien Prat. And Flavien, just a great trip. She was a little bit more forward, than I expected her to be, and you just saved every inch of ground to the lane.
Yeah, she jumped well, and I was able to get her in contention, and like you say, I was able to go against the rail and most of the way, and when I tip her out, she gave me a good run.
Yeah, really nice kick. We saw you in a nice run north of the border yesterday at Woodbine, and Riley Mott getting another grade 1 in the summer. Talk a little bit about that ride. I thought was great as well. Obviously a great post on the inside.
Yeah, absolutely a great post. It helped us a lot compared to actually the previous run where we were all the way on the outside. So yeah, I was able to same thing, save ground, and I tipped him out and made a good run. I was very pleased and happy for Riley.
What was your day like yesterday? Like the travel, life of a jockey?
No, it was a good day. I won two stakes, and so it was a good day. But yeah, I'm going to sleep well tonight.
Oh, I don't envy you, but well done. Congratulations here in this Athenia.
Thank you.
All right, Whiskey Decision. Well, gives Chad his 10th win in this race, Acacia.
Absolutely, and just unbelievable number of victories in one single stake. Maggie, thank you. But yeah, Flavien Prat with a great ride for sure, coming back from Woodbine. Won 2 yesterday, including the grade 1 summer with Argos up at Woodbine.
Look, if you win the Diana 10 times, you probably can win the Athenia 10 times, right? It all checks out,
yeah,
right?
I could think so.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. I saw the math happening.
I was just trying to double check.
The wheels are turning. Back over to Monmouth, so we'll keep on the Chad Brown theme here. This is it for Chad. This is his last runner, high beta, so either ties for the training title or finishes second to Jorge Delgado, who's up 1 on him right now. Either way, still a very impressive feat.
Well, I think you can say the same thing whether it comes to Monmouth or Tampa. Like, Chad runs good horses at those places. It's not an afterthought. It's not he spots horses in spots at Tampa and at Monmouth. And this horse, high beta, ran at Tampa last time. Won, was odds on that day. The problem is that no horse out of that race has come back and won.
Yeah, that was not one of the stronger turf allowances that we see down at Tampa. Sometimes those maiden or restricted 3-year-old allowance races at Tampa in the winter can be incredibly tough, particularly with the turf horses, because you do see a lot of the top barns that are wintering in Florida point their better grass horses to those Tampa races. For me, the biggest question about this horse, and obviously he's shown he can run on the layoff, is that he won in November. We didn't see him again until February. Now we don't see him again until September. He's clearly been a little bit tricky to keep on the track.
He has been. He's been working. You know, one of the things I like to do is, in those situations, is look at the works and see how consistently and how long they've been working for, and trying to find them in that 7-day to 10-day period. And if you look down, you see the Junes seem pretty consistent. The Julys, there's a 20-day gap. So you'd like to think that's probably what slowed the horse down from getting to run at Saratoga. The Augusts seem pretty consistent, so it feels like we're probably back on track with this one. But looking at the fixed odds on the tote feed for Monmouth, obviously at Monmouth Park they have those fixed odds wagering you can do on track. The 1 is going to end up being favored. So the little yellow highlight on the 4 is going to end up switching to the 1. The 4 is going to end up being a better price. I'm going to take the 4 in here strictly off the fact that I just don't love the last race. Am I going to be shocked when Chad wins this race and ties Jorge Delgado at 21? No, not at all. I just think from a betting standpoint, the 4 makes a little bit more sense.
Quick question for you, especially at a shorter price. The 1 is also the only 3-year-old in the field, and this is the time of year when we'll see 3-year-olds running against older more often. Is that something you put a lot of stock in, especially it's the only 3-year-old in the field?
No, I don't, because of the legend that is Andy Beyer. Who and it's not just, and I'm not saying that Beyer speed figures are the only option. I'm just saying the science of Beyer of speed figures in general. Who Andy was instrumental in being part of that whole evolution and of that, and figures sort that out for me. I think back in the day, comparing ages and things like that would be very important. But I can just look down and the clock doesn't lie. The clock doesn't know how old they are. The clock just says that that's how fast they went from point A to point B. It takes into account the track variant on the day, whether the track is playing slow or fast. It takes into consideration who else was running in the race and how scientifically fast or slow they could run based on their kind of average performance. And so I don't have to necessarily worry about whether or not it was a 3-year-old. This horse, High Beta, just a little bit light on figures for a horse who's going to go off favored. That's all.
8-5 on High Beta. We'll see if Chad Brown can tie the trainer standings on the turf here for race 5. One-time Willard, also big contender in good form for Kelly Breen. Here's Matt Dinnerman with the call, live, Monmouth Park.
We're ready to go. Virginia City a little restless in there, settling down, and let off. Uneventful beginning, then afterwards, one-time Willard got squeezed and drops to the rear. High Beta from the inside post. Offensive-minded, a little bit fresh off this layoff. He's keen, asked to take back, does so. Virginia City on the lead, and Prince of Troy's going to match him just a neck off as Virginia City leads the way. High Beta in the 3rd position, a little more settled down in that 3rd spot with Sandpipes, then the pair of Magical Marriage and Ready to Fly. The Pat McBurney entrance, 4 off the lead as they go towards the first turn. One-time Willard now towards the back. He's along Real Sensation as they head around the clubhouse turn where the pacemaker is Virginia City. Virginia City approaching the backstretch, a length and a quarter ahead. Prince of Troy delegates the track, and they are in a good gallop on the lead here. 2 back to High Beta, Sandpipes to the outside. They're still together, a length and a half to Magical Marriage, Ready to Fly. 2 more to One-time Willard and Real Sensation. No pace at all on the lead. Virginia City cruising, went 25 seconds flat for the half, or rather the quarter. And the half mile in 50-1, we were waiting on that. We just got it. 50-1 for that half into the turn. Virginia City neck in front. Prince of Troy right there alongside, and these two open up 3. Sandpipes goes well in 3rd. High Beta shown a little more rain down on the inside, is 4th now, but is getting closer along with Sandpipes. The early leaders are coming back to the group here, and now overtaking Virginia City is Sandpipes, just cruising to the front. And it's Sandpipes kicking away. High Beta into 2nd, but Sandpipes with a big kick today has opened up 3 on High Beta, who's run a good race, but he's 2nd best to Sandpipes, who draws away with a career best effort. Samuel Marin, 4 wins in a row. High Beta 2nd, Magical Marriage 3rd, Ready to Fly was 4th.
That's right, 4 for Samuel Marin today. Sandpipes getting to victory and took a lot of late money for Lindsey Schultz after winning last time out. Besting High Beta. Chad Brown have to settle for 2nd in the training standings.
Sandpipes took a ton of late money. Yeah, I mean, the horse made sense off the trip last time, being wide, I guess, odds on. But man, Sandpipes absolutely ran. High Beta was exactly what I thought High Beta was going to be, based on the fact that the figure just wasn't that fast, and no one had really run back well out of there. I've got no problem singling a short price Chad Brown runner, a short price Todd Pletcher, a short price Bob Baffert. But they have to check all the boxes because you're going to get a little bit of deflation in your price based on who's training them. And High Beta was a great example of that.
Sandpipes with the win, though, so that does mean that trainer Jorge Delgado, with 21 wins for the meet, clinches the title.
Congratulations to him and his
Absolutely.
team and his operation and his owners. Winning a meet is always something to be proud of.
Absolutely. Not an easy thing to do. I know it's not necessarily kind of what everybody really points for, but certainly is something to be proud of. On that note, time for me to say goodbye. I'll be back reporting a little bit later on. It was a lot of fun.
This is crazy. I can't believe you're leaving. We could just stick around for 20 more minutes. I got to deal with this guy, Greg Wolf, now.
I'm leaving you in good hands. He looks like he's ready to make your life a little bit difficult. We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, yes, we'll welcome Greg Wolf onto the set and recap what took place at Woodbine yesterday. The winners heading off to the Breeders' Cup. More on that and what took place over at Woodbine to get ready for first weekend in November. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races. All that coming up after this.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn,
Another stretch.
making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
Now notable speech tearing home, and now we see just how magnificent the closing kick of notable speech truly is, and action speaks louder than words. Notable speech wins the Rogers Woodbine Mile.
Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Mile. Last year's favorite in the Breeders' Cup Mile. Finished third in that race. Beat less than a length. Proved much too good in the Group 1 Woodbine Mile. Charlie Appleby, Godolphin, and William Buick just overwhelmed that group, and it looks like back on to try and complete some unfinished business.
I would think so. And look, the way that he finishes, every time I watch that race, I get a little bit more excited about notable speech. Obviously, as we all know, when it comes to the Breeders' Cup, it matters who they bring over from Europe. But if it's just him versus ours, where do I get in line to wager?
But even if they bring some very good, he's still in the mix. He's that talented, right?
Yeah, right. I mean, I would even think that, like some other horses he's run into, that the way that he ran in France, where he was flying late with that bad trip, I would think he's better, than those. So they can bring one from there. His turn of foot is just so electric. He's going to get fast ground, obviously. And I think that the setup that he's going to get, depending on where he draws, I just think. I loved him last year, and it seems like my heart is warming to him quite a bit for this year.
Good to see everybody. Greg Wolf, by the way, stepping in for Acacia Clement. She'll be back with us reporting in just a little bit. And 6 minutes away from race 5 as we get set for the late pick 5 coming up on this Belmont at the Big A Sunday card. 6 furlongs on the turf to begin the sequence in this New York bred entry-level allowance coming up. And there is Launch Control. Kerry Bryan, speed from the inside, and a long time away for that one coming back.
Long time. Look, this is last summer. That's last opening weekend at Saratoga. And the horse ran so well. It's not even close. When I say it's not even close, that Launch Control has run the best race of all of these other horses. But the layoff is definitely in the equation.
3-1 favorite. We'll see this 5-year-old here in a minute just to kick things off. And there's, really just one race from him, too, where he was next level. You talk about how good he was. The other races besides the race where he went to the bench, do they stand over this field or lay over?
No, but if you look, no, they don't. But I think there's an excuse for that race, which we'll get to in a little bit.
Okay. Richard Avenue, George Weaver barn.
Yeah, we know how George can operate with these turf sprinters. This one just a little light on numbers.
Not for hire, stablemate for Weaver.
This is the Weaver that I prefer. Ran poorly last time, but the previous races make a lot of sense.
Alan Turing, Manny Franco aboard at 7:01.
Andy loves to yell at me about, did you know that
you
Alan
learned, though, right?
Turing invented
you
the
saw
computer?
The movie.
I didn't see the
You
movie.
still have not seen it.
What's the movie?
After what he put you through?
No.
Imitation Game.
Anytime he starts yelling at me about movies, I just block it out.
Scaramanga going by for Wayne Potts.
Yeah, it needs to get faster.
Stormy Berthe, 14-1 Romero Mirage.
Yeah, hasn't taken a lot of money, but actually has run one of the better races in the last start.
Yeah, trouble last time out, too, running 4th. Master Freud at 6-1.
Yeah, it doesn't have a lot of early speed. Going this distance will need to be a little bit quicker.
Sir Cartwright, 2nd time on turf.
Yeah, broke a little bit slow last time. We'll need to break better this time.
Blinkers on, Price is Truth.
Puts the blinkers on and moves to the grass. Don't think it's enough.
Hasn't been very effective on the grass. Pandemic Hero went by at a big price.
Yes, got loose last time, but in a very slow pace race.
Cutback Van Vollenhoven.
This is my horse. I not my horse. Not that I own the horse. The horse I'm going to pick. I like this horse quite a bit. I think that the cutback and the way this race is going to unfold could fit right in between this one's eyes.
And Skylar Starship rounds out the field.
Yeah, drawn to the outside. Better races on dirt. I did not love the turf race last time.
3 minutes to post. 5th Belmont of the Big A on the Sunday card starts off the late pick 5. We'll break from the gate when we come back.
Charge It is pouring it on, winning the Dwyer by the length of the stretch. Charge It wins it convincingly in this Grade 2 Suburban.
Twirling Candy, proven Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Kilwin, Ice Cream You Scream, AG Bullet, and Fian. And reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
America's Day at the Races continues with you here on FS2, and we're proudly brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well, as we'll take a look at some horses here for this turf sprint and begin down on the rail with the one that is your favorite at 2-1 and off the back of the 14-ish month plus layoff is Launch Control. And as you heard Greg say, yes, his last race was great, but it was his only race that would make him far superior than the rest here. And the fact of the matter is, he is a 5-year-old that's only making his 8th career start, because before his last 2 efforts, he was coming back off of a year layoff as well. Now, he is a bigger type. He looks as fit as Kerry Bryant could possibly have him coming back in here and preparing for this start at Fair Hill. But a short price on a runner like this is not one that I can fully recommend. He does have speed, he is sharp as far as heading into this effort here, but I don't want to take 2-1 on him. As number 3, Not for Hire, what happened last time? Because before that, his races make him very playable. He had faced several next time out winners: Bosun, Courtly Banker, Waralo, Friend of the Devil, really nice horses. And he was a part of the pace last time, which I know, you saw Alan Turing come from well out of it, but Courtly Banker was no more than a length off of it throughout. Spoken bluntly, was setting the pace. He finished 3rd. He looks very good here. I will say that 3 back when I saw him, he did get a little hot, but he ran well that day. He's getting hot out on the track again. I think that's just him. If he can overcome whatever happened last time, then he is a player. Alan Turing, he turned back and got a really nice trip last time out, but he looks sensational. He warmed up beautifully. And I just thought at 6-1 and having run his best race to date, first time sprinting and an extra half a furlong's definitely not going to hurt him. Well, I did pick number 11 in here, Van Vollenhoven, who is a turf horse. He looks it. And his first race turf sprinting was against Open Company, and I thought he ran well. And last time out, there was a bunch of speed trying to go a mile and a 16th. And he was resolute on getting to the lead, but it was just too fast of a pace. The biggest problem with him, Greg, is all of us like him today.
That's a lot of weight on this horse. See if he can overcome it. But 2-1 favorite. Meanwhile, the long time away Launch Control. And these turf sprints, these are the kind of races you can win off the bench, right? They're not quite as taxing.
Yeah, we've heard a few trainers say that it's a little bit easier to get them ready to come back or first time out. It's a little bit easier dealing with these types of trips, these 5.5, 6 furlong turf sprints. I don't typically like a cutback. Look, if the one runs back to our last race, will be tough. I just prefer the 11 in here.
Chris Griffin with the start of the late pick 5. Here's 6 furlongs on the grass.
Skylar Starship. All set. And they're off. Speed towards the outside. Pandemic Heroes flashing that early speed, and at the rail here comes Launch Control. Will join that early mix. They are tightly bunched up front. In between horses, Sir Cartwright is right there. Is now going to be a close-up second. Taking back a touch with Stormy Birthday, who's now back to 4th. Pandemic Heroes claimed the 3rd spot. Van Vollenhoven, nice drafting position there, is in the 5th position. In 6th is going to be Scaramanga, is followed towards the outside by Skylar Starship. Towards the back end of the field, there comes Not for Hire. That's another lineup of 3 with Alan Turing in between runners, with Master Forward 3 wide, and the 2 at the back. That's Price's Truth with Richard Ave. They're well into the far turn, 21.60 for the opening quarter mile. Launch Control is in front. It's Launch Control who will have the lead at the top of the lane. Shot towards the outside from Sir Cartwright trying to rally on. Stormy Birthday's at the rail. Van Vollenhoven nowhere to go, is in behind a wall of horses. The leader is still launch control. Here comes Stormy Birthday, starts to roll, and now out of nowhere, Alan Turing is rolling, and grandstand side, Master Freud. Complexion completely changes. Alan Turing, Stormy Birthday. Alan Turing got up. Alan Turing over Stormy Birthday, then came Master Freud and Van Vollenhoven in 1 minute 8.13 seconds.
Alan Turing breaks the code in this opening leg of the late pick 5-pack. Quick Manny Franco for the win here, 5-1.
If you've been around racing long enough, you can celebrate the winner, and Alan Turing. He won this race. He also invented the computer. The 11. And I'm not saying this for sour grapes. This horse had such a poor trip. He was stuck in behind horses, wall of horses, could never get out, could never get free. That's why turf racing is so interesting for horse players, because in a race, the best horse doesn't have to win. A lot of times in dirt racing, the best horse on the day, the best horse in the race, they're going to be able to overcome whatever trip they get and win. Turf racing is completely different. Congratulations to Alan Turing. I'm sure that Alan Turing and his connections will tell you that there's been other races where he was meant to run a little bit better that he didn't because of his trip. Today he got it done. The 11 ran outstanding. Please put that horse in your stable mail.
5-1 over 20-1 as Stormy Birthday winds up runner-up in here. And a photo for show. But a 5-1 start to this late pick 5. Manny Franco again aboard for the win. Gallagher stud, homebred here. Double their pleasure with this victory.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just, when you get one with the homebred, I'd like to imagine that it just means just a little bit more.
4, 6, 7, 11 now unofficially posted. We'll get back to Monmouth. We'll have these prices coming up momentarily. Race 6 starts the pick 4 at Monmouth. 6 furlongs, starter optional claiming field. And it looked like the main, I know the 3's taking some money right now. Main contenders, did they lie outside here?
I would think so. I love an outside draw in dirt sprints anyways. The 8, Tavern, was one who I thought made a lot of sense. Last time didn't get as close to the pace as they typically do. But there is some back races that suggest, and that outside draw suggests, that they don't have to make the front in here. They're going to be able to comfortably sit on the outside, pop away from there, let the other horses inside, make some decisions, and see what happens from there. Where do they go get a hot dog? The hot dogs are good there.
Who?
Monmouth Park. They're closing, I know, but next summer, if you want to get a hot dog, you should go there next summer to get a hot dog.
Okay, I went there, and it was, what day was it? It was prep day for the Haskell.
Yeah. I
did not partake though. But I'll put it on the to-do list next
Just
time
put it
I'm
on
there. Here they come, and we'll start with Duela Dent.
I think we have a long time till Duela Dent gets there.
Did not show a lot getting back to dirt last time out. I mean, I really thought the 6, 7, and 8, I thought it was tough to kind of separate those 3.
I agree. But to your point about Duela Dent, though, is that her races 3 and 4 back before the layoff, the short layoff since June.
Yeah, they put her in the mix.
Yeah, they put her right there in the mix. And from the inside draw, one of the things that you get from an inside draw, I've always thought, is you're going to get a more aggressive ride from your rider, because when you have a horse whose best races come forward, what are you going to do? Take back, eat a bunch of dirt, try to circle horses? I don't think that's the trip that's going to be best for her. So I'd like to think that that the rider will send her away from there and try to hold that position.
Best races from her, too, is when she's forward, and she does have the ability to be forward, but there's other speed to her outside, too.
Yeah, there's a lot of other speed to her outside. Directly to her outside, there's a little bit of speed. And then, obviously, to the far outside, there's a lot of speed as well.
So here she is, 4-year-old filly, who 3 and 4 starts back at Monmouth. Back-to-back wins on this track.
Yeah, we'll see if she pops away from there. I have a Sonny Leone question for you after the post parade.
Trivia question?
No, just a hypothetical.
Annie works too much, 6-1.
Yeah, I think last time was probably the time for this one, and she was put up.
That was 17-1 in the mud at Parks. Bold Baby 5-1.
Yeah, running on the turf and 2 of her last 3 starts. She is going to be a little bit of a pace influence, though.
The 4 a late scratch, I did not have that. Unsolved Mystery just went by.
And
just like you, we saw as well Sammy Camacho, and then here's Taven on the outside.
Yeah, I just like Taven drawn outside. I think that whatever happens inside of Taven's going to have a lot more options than the rest of them.
Yeah, I agree with that. All right, lay it on me.
More improbable in the last 25 years, the one that still has you scratching your head. Sonny Leone with Rich Strike in the Derby.
I already know you're going to ask.
Calvin with Mind That Bird.
Yeah. I would say Sonny Leone and Rich Strike, because just the horse got into the last second.
No.
Drawn outside.
And then Calvin and Mind That Bird actually ran a couple of good races after that.
Yes, and showed talent, yeah.
Which I think probably had something to do with that.
Alan Turing, Manny Franco, Pat Quick, Gallagher's stud. Start off the late pick 5 at Belmont.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a race where Alan Turing was right on the outside looking in terms of, in my opinion, of the top couple of choices. You wanted to see what was going to happen with launch control. I liked the 11 quite a bit. But Alan Turing worked out a much better trip and just really kept grinding away at this spot. And what a fun win for the connections, right? Having a homebred that you own. It's not like you went and got him at the sale at Keeneland or Fasig-Tipton as a 2-year-old or as a yearling. You've from the day they were born, you've been involved in the life of a horse like Alan Turing, and then to see them win a race like this, it's got to be a lot of fun.
Early pick 5 comes back over $668, $13.42 for this victory for this 3-year-old son of Omaha Beach. As we get back to the Jersey Shore and back to the start of the pick 4, where the public's settling in on the 6, Unsolved Mystery, who is one of, if not the primary speeds in the race.
Yes, Unsolved Mystery. Sorry, my post.
Probably the primary speed, right?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, and he's drawn in the middle of the field. He's kind of in no man's land. Where what are you going to do? You got to you got to pop away from there. You got to try to find that position. You got to get away from there cleanly. And the one thing I will say about this horse, though, is the last 3 starts, she's been odds on. And the fact that she's been odds on, she's won 2 of them. Well, she was supposed to win those 2. The other one she didn't win, which I think is a little bit disappointing, and at a short price, I would question her chances at 9-5.
Yeah, look, that last winner was 12-5. She's getting deeper waters, and she had been in a lot of tough. She was in a grade 3 not that long ago. She was a huge price that day, but she'd been in some very tough company. That's why I thought Taven was very interesting on the outside.
Yeah, I just like her because she's drawn outside, and her last race I thought was pretty good. She's got back races also to suggest that race didn't just come out of nowhere. But when we talk about some of the question marks with the pace, what's going to happen with the 1 on the inside? Are they going to go? The 2 has some speed. The 6 has some speed. All of those questions inside of Taven will have to be answered. They'll have to figure that all out. Taven can just break away from there and let it unfold. Make decisions as you need to, but not be forced to make any decisions.
4-year-old filly who's been first or second in 14 of her 28 career starts, Taven. And for the most part, against better company than what she's dealing with here, at least most recently anyway. So she's, as we say that, becomes a 2-1 favorite.
Yeah, but it checks out. I mean, like I said, her last race was pretty good. And she's shown the ability to rate, but she also has some races where she can be a little bit closer, which lets you feel, at least I feel, like she has some versatility in terms of unfolding, letting the race unfold the way that it will, and her being able to kind of find her trip regardless of all of that.
Coverage on Thursday, one of the big ones, Little Brown Jug. Don't want to miss that on Fox Sports 2. I believe I'll be on for that early coverage Thursday afternoon. Looking forward to it.
If you're going to be on, I'm definitely tuning in.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I assume you'll be on the production call on Tuesday?
On Tuesday? I'll jump on. Yeah, I'll jump on there. I'll put it, I always put my name, I'll put JK Jug.
It's a fun day. It is packed out at those fairgrounds for Little Brown Jug Day. It is that is something that probably should be, if you're a racing fan, should be on your bucket list.
I sometimes joke, but I'm not joking. If there's four-legged animals running in a circle or a semicircle, and you can place a wager on it, or trotting in a semicircle, where do I sign up?
I'm with you. Matt Dinnerman with the call. This is the start of the pick 4 from Monmouth on closing day.
To the outside post. We're ready to go. And we're off. Good beginning for all, and Unsolved Mystery goes right to the lead where she likes to be, establishes the lead. Here comes Annie Works Too Much, though. It'll be part of the action, and Duella Dent is right off of them, not far off, in third on the rail. Gap of 2 to Just Like You. Bold Baby to the inside, and Tavin is trailing now. Tavin 8 or 9 lengths from the top as they head towards the half-mile pole. Annie Works Too Much between horses, grabs a short lead. Duella Dent sticking to her. Unsolved Mystery relaxing right off now. Third, 3 wide, gets a breather, comes back on again. Unsolved Mystery in the 3 path. 2 back to Just Like You is moving up. 4 wide, but trying to advance position. Bold Baby is done, dropping back. And Tavin still well behind as they hit the quarter pole. Unsolved Mystery going to the lead. Just Like You attempting to catch her. These two have passed those early leaders as they swing off the turn here. Unsolved Mystery still clear. Margins about 2. Just Like You second. Tavin is trying to run on into the 3rd position. She's not going to get it done. Unsolved Mystery the leader. Just Like You trying to tag her late. Unsolved Mystery narrow lead coming to the line. Unsolved Mystery narrowly. Unsolved Mystery over Just Like You. Third home Duella Dent, and Tavin was 4th. Unsolved Mystery 3 for 4 with a 2nd place finish here on the Monmouth Dirt.
Unsolved Mystery, 6-year-old mare. She has been just incredibly sharp of late. 2 wins and 2 runner-ups in her last 4 starts.
Yeah, I mean, she's being bet in all of her races. They like a lot about her, and obviously based on this performance, you'd like to think that it makes a little bit of sense. I'd like to know who beat her that day. Pop the Champagne Row? Okay, that's who beat her when she was beat odds on. I mean, when you have a horse like this that can be so quick away from there, she was a length in front when they were 4 jumps out of the gate. And then she can finish the way that she finishes and hold off these types of horses, and she's so tough to beat, especially at this level.
Yeah, 3 wins, 2 runner-ups, her last 5. And for Tavin, was just so far back early. It looked like in the stretch kind of fighting with the rider.
Yeah, she was slow away from there, and it just was never really involved. I think maybe for a 2.5 seconds around the 3/8 pole, if you bet Tavin, you thought, do I have a... You probably didn't get the whole sentence out. Do I have a... And you knew that she was a little bit too far back.
Been a formful beginning to this mandatory pay pick 6 on the final day of the meet. Unsolved Mystery, another short price here, 5-2. Not favorite, though, but in incredibly sharp form with the feature still to come, that 5-furlong turf sprint in the Joey P handicap. But Unsolved Mystery, he's lower level, kind of claiming runner. She's been a fun one to watch, as consistent as she's been. $7.60 for the win.
Yeah, you know, when you get out there and you can pop away from there, make the lead, the most dangerous place to be in terms of winning races for a thoroughbred racehorse, in my opinion, is on the front end. And Unsolved Mystery found herself on the front end quickly.
JK, you're leaving me. Sad to see you go, but enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Wolfie, I'm looking forward to seeing you on Thursday.
And I trust you're going to be watching on the way home on the subway, right?
Yeah, I'm going to put it on. Yeah, it's in between stops. Gets a little, when you get to Grant, it gets a little dicey. But, you know.
Andy Serling going to join me after a timeout. We'll be back with the rest of the Pick 4 still coming up here from the Sunday card. Belmont of the Big A. Escape Hall. George Weaver, second-time starter. Right now, the 6-5 favorite. You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NYRA Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets. Welcome to America's Day at the Races and our continuing Fox Sports 2 coverage as we close out opening week. Belmont at the Big A from South Ozone Park, New York on a gorgeous Sunday afternoon. Joining us just in time for the start of the late pick four, also closing action from the Jersey Shore out at Monmouth Park. Greg Wolf joined by, for the first time today, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Good to see you.
Nice to see you.
And going to close things out in Jersey, of course, coming up later today, our coverage here at Belmont. Still have a long way to go in these races. Anyone stand out to you in these final few races on the card?
Well, I'm not trying to beat the favorite in this race, the number 4 Escape Hall. I don't think anybody's going to get rich betting 6 to 5 shots, but I thought he was the horse to beat. I do see the horse on the outside. The first year's taking a little bit of money, but after that, I thought the races were fairly wide open.
Yeah, AI, who blasted through to win that debut at a huge price and then lined up in the hopeful.
That was an ambitious spot.
It was. But we'll see. Escape Halls should be pretty tough here, second time out. You can play all the action, including a pick 4, which begins here in just a few moments at NYRA Bets. Get that offer, that $200 deposit match sign-up new customer bonus with that match 200 code at sign-up right there at NYRABets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. So race 6 furlongs, maiden optional claiming race, where only one is in for the claiming tag of $75,000. That's Fort Griffin on the outside, the 6. But yeah, Escape Hall, who you just talked about, George Weaver, second-time starter, favored in a restricted maiden special weight at Saratoga this summer and wound up 3rd to AI.
Yeah, and did finish behind the number 3 Bud Beach that day, but he didn't break very well. It's hard to know that if you just look at the running line, but he did break a bit slow and rushed up on the inside. And overall, I thought he ran the better race. You're also talking about a horse that ran only once, as opposed to a horse like Bode Beach, who's had 3 chances, and while he's run okay in all of them, he's had his chances to win. He keeps failing to get it done. So to me, I prefer the 4 Escape Hall. I just think a cleaner break today, and often second-time stars will break much better, and he's going to be hard to catch and beat.
9 minutes of post in the start of this pick 4. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, I truly think Escape Hall is the horse to beat in here. But let's take a look at the horses who bookend this field. Another second-time starter from the rail is Capanaparo for trainer Rick Dutrow. And I know things have not been going swimmingly here in New York for the Dutrow barn, but this is a guy that ran pretty well, albeit sprinting on the turf at first time out behind Johnny's Rendezvous, who was a big, Johnny's Red Storm, who was a massively impressive favorite or winner that day and would come back and win the $1 million race for 2-year-olds at Kentucky Downs with an 80 buyer speed figure. But Campanaparo is a horse that kind of has a pedigree that could go either way. And while he's by Caracaro, who is for the most part, early on in his stud career, better with his turf sprinters. But this horse is half to Victorious Wave, who Rick Dutrow also trained himself. And that guy, by Stormy Atlantic, went 6 for 11 on the dirt. And it's not like this horse, looking at him here in the paddock today, looks particularly turf meant. He's a good-looking sort. I think it was more just to get the experience / fitness into him first time out. And I think he'll run and do okay here. Switching to the main track has been a bit more professional in the paddock than what he was in Saratoga. Watch how he behaves when linking up with the pony and out on the track, but does look more fit too. As we'll move on to the first-time starter, Fort Griffin, son of Charlatan. So far with his freshman crop, he has proven to be more effective with turf horses, weirdly. But if you go back a generation, as this is a horse that is out of an unraced dam and her first foal. The first foal actually won the debut. Sorry, this is the second foal. But she is half to Oxbow, the dam. So Fort Griffin, good-looking sort, solid, a lot of substance to him overall. Mike Maker, though, I always feel like they benefit vastly from a start. He's not a trainer that necessarily has them cranked up to win first time out, and it shows. He looks about 90% fit. He also looks like a horse that might prefer going a little further than the 6 furlongs here, does wear blinkers first time out. But as you guys were saying, Greg, is one that is taking some attention. So I think he'll run well here at first asking.
Maggie, thank you. Post-parade, we'll get to it in a few moments as we take a look again at Escape Hall. And obviously, a better break. Going to make this one incredibly tough here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a lot to say. When you come up here and you start telling people why you think short-priced horses are going to win, I think you almost look foolish because everybody knows why short-priced horses are likely to do well. They need to know when you don't think they're going to do well, right or wrong. Horse didn't break sharply, rushed up to set a fast pace, and got run down in a race that ultimately completely collapsed. And while I know he lost to Bod Beach, thank you, Greg. That horse, had experience, he broke better, and it just feels like with one starter in the belt, this horse is going to run better. Now, the opposite for that argument is they were cranked up to go the first time. Yay, broke a little slowly. Didn't go. There's AI coming through on the inside, getting ready to run nowhere in the Hopeful. And a tough spot to go from here, the Hopeful. The negative is he was cranked up to win first time out, and sometimes those horses don't come back and run as well. So if somebody wants to take a negative opinion on it on that reason, I could understand it. But I'm not taking Campanaparo, the horse on the rail, though I agree there's enough dirt pedigree. It's a barn that's been a bit cold, and we'll see with the first time starter.
So, yeah, back to the rail runner, Rick Dutrow Jr. barn. Manny Franco, second-time starter, who was second on the turf in the debut.
You don't want to make too much about cold barns because it ends up biting in the butt at some point, but I feel like at a short price, I'll let them beat me.
Husick Falls, start number 3.
Yeah, just hasn't run to the workouts.
Here's Bod Beach, who ran by Escape Hall late in that race back on August 8th.
He's very close to putting himself on the list of horses that don't want to win.
Escape Hall, start number 2, Johnny V aboard.
The horse to beat, needs a clean break.
And Fort Griffin on the outside, Mike Maker, Flavian Pratt.
I hear what Maggie's saying, and that's very fair. Mike's horses don't usually win first time, but he can win with a firster. So, if you like this horse and he's taking some money, I don't think you're supposed to be scared. Mike is live. The thing is, this is a complete homebred, too, for the connection.
Charlatan, first-time starter.
He was a fraud. Sorry, can't help it.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back 4 minutes away from the start of the Pick 4 on this Sunday card.
Dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line, and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Why do we do this? We do this so your granddaughter can work on a farm someday. So your 3rd generation business can become a 4th and 5th and 6th. So the stands will still be packed in 50 years, with thousands of fans cheering for horses and jockeys yet to come. That's why we come to work every day. Why we travel the world to bring home buyers. Invest in every race. Obsess over every single detail. Because the story of racing is written one moment at a time. And the future of our industry deserves nothing less. Keeneland, every moment matters.
Who's still a nose in front. Kourou is lifting late as well. Better lucky than good at the rail. Better lucky than good. Kourou, better lucky than good, wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day of the Races. Thanks for spending part of your weekend with us. It's brought to you where you can play it all, including the Breeders' Cup and beyond. Naira Bets, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Pick 4 starts here, coming up just 2 minutes to post. And now, since we've been gone 3 to 5 on this second-time starter for George Weaver on your screen right there, the 4 Escape Hall. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, and he definitely looks the part, Greg, as I didn't see him in his debut, but the money was there, and I think the money's here again, and he was spirited in the warm-up, and we see John Velasquez doing what he typically does, kind of doing those circles, doing those figure eights. Johnny's a rider I'd love to take, like, off the track and see how they'd ride a dressage horse or how they'd, do some jumping, because he definitely thinks in the line of, equestrians. But I have no problems with your favorite. He's my pick in here. As to his inside, the horse that finished just in front of him, Bod Beach, another one I haven't seen before, and I'll give him credit. You know, they paid 10 grand for this Son of Omaha Beach, and they've tripled their money so far on the racetrack, so well done there. But you can see kind of why he only cost 10 grand. He's not the most athletic looking individual overall, and I agree with Andy. It's like, if he didn't win in his first or second start at Monmouth, I'm not sure how he's going to get the job done here in this spot. Got a little bit hot in the paddock, is a bigger, burlier type, but that's kind of typical of this sire line overall. And like I said, if I was going to take somebody in the face of the 4 to 5 favorite, I'd rather take the 1 or 6, at least based on appearances, Greg.
Thank you, Maggie. Here we go, 4 to 5.
They're getting a little carried away.
Still a little short, but looks pretty imposing off, assuming a better break.
He's the horse to beat. There's no question about it. And to be fair, I think most people obviously feel he'll beat the 3 who beat him last time. Okay, fine. But you have a firster for Maker on the outside, and you've got a horse that ran well enough on the turf with dirt pedigree on the rail. And,
against, by the way, a horse that Connections knew he was going to win.
Yes, they did. And he ran well at Kentucky Downs, for whatever that means. I don't think it means anything, but he's obviously good. And the other thing is, Rick Dutcher's cold right now. He is not going to remain cold for the rest of his career. The guy is too good a trainer who has won too many races. So, yeah, you kind of want to avoid his shorter-priced horses a little bit, but you're not going to be shocked when, okay, one win. When Rick wins a race here and starts to win again, I hope he beats me with some 6 to 5 shot that I didn't want to play. But the other thing is, if you like horse of Rick's and he's a price, or you like this horse, just bet him. Don't get... I think we all, including myself, get too caught up in that barn's going badly. And, those things will change, and this horse could absolutely win. Even though the 4 is the horse to beat, I don't think he's a major stakes horse, this horse. Is that fair? I hope he is. I'm
A little
friends with the
early
connections.
to make
Listen,
that
I hope he wins this
judgment.
race by 10 lengths and goes out and wins a stake for Kirk Wyckoff. But, you know, that remains to be seen.
Yeah. It would certainly need
to improve. But he's lightly raced.
Take some major steps forward, but yeah, very early in the career. There he is stepping in. John Velasquez aboard for start number 2. We start the pick 4 here. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Griffin goes in. All set. And they're off. Bod Beach breaks with speed in between horses, but they're lined up. Capanaparo is trying to muscle on through at the rail, very tightly bunched early. Escape Hall is on the move, also Fort Griffin out wider, now having to steady in behind horses as Capanaparo will take back, is now in 4th. The lone trailer, that's Hoosick Falls, a 3-way battle for the front. Escape Hall in between horses, now with a nose advantage, approaching 4 furlongs left to go. Bod Beach is holding that rail position through a 21-4 opening quarter mile. 3 wide, here's the run from Fort Griffin, now patiently ridden, just caught that breather. There's still 3 across the racetrack. Capanaparo is switched to the outside, is on the move from 4th. Hoosick Falls is trying to get rolling from the back as the battle continues up front, and looming up on the outside is Fort Griffin's in the 3-path. 4 wide's going to be Capanaparo. At the rail there, battling on still is Bod Beach and also Escape Hall. Any one of the 4 still in with a shot, and Capanaparo now with the momentum. Bod Beach is not going away without a fight, though. A final furlong to get. Capanaparo is now striding away in the late stages, was just off for the pace, and that's going to be the winning move. Inside the final 16th, give it to Capanaparo. Manny Franco geared down and wins it. Bod Beach second, then came Fort Griffin and Escape Hall in 1 minute 11.78 seconds.
First time on dirt in a delicious setup in this race for Capanaparo.
Yeah, if they had frozen the field at the 5/16 to 3/8 pole, even the 3/8 pole, the 1 would have been 3 to 5, and the rest of them would have big price. Escape Hall did not run well. Broke a little better. He was bad. They moved up front, but he still finished 4th. And this horse just enjoyed a perfect trip and won as much the best horse. Actually, Bod Beach ran pretty well to be second. He's the only one of the speeds that ran at all. The other horse is just not good enough. But Escape Hall, very disappointing. This horse, shockingly, Rick Dutrow, his career may not be finished just yet.
Andy Kids.
Well, I was serious. I mean, his career is, you know, I think a lot of us, like I said, we get carried away when barns aren't going well. Well, Rick's going to probably turn it around in a big way. He's won too many races for him to sort of forgot how to train.
I would agree. And this one, dirt debut, winning one, obviously can't get too excited about going. We'll see. Very young in the career, but got a perfect setup here.
He got a perfect setup. Probably not that overly fast race, but listen, he won. He got it done easily. And, you know, you can get a perfect trip and still not run that well. He did win pretty easily in here.
1-3-6-4. Manny Franco for Dutrow as we take a look out of the gate.
2 in a row for Manny.
Nothing much happening there.
No. I'd say perfect trip or not, the best horse won, don't you think?
He was pretty good here.
Yeah, he was best.
So 5-2 on your winner to start off the pick 4. And start number 2 after a turf debut takes to the dirt. Joey P. from Monmouth. 5 furlongs on the grass. 3-year-olds and up, and a horse we've got to see quite a few times over his 9-year-old career. The talented Smithwick's Spice, who won this race dominant last year. Not quite as sharp coming in this year, though, is he?
No, I don't think his last race is necessarily good enough to win these. You have to hope he's sort of racing him into condition, but you look at his form last year compared to this year, it was just a lot better. He was faster. And you have a horse in here in Gold Trust, the 4, who if he runs back to his last race, and now his last race a big improvement, if he runs back to his last race, he's going to win.
We're up to the 4 in our post parade. This is Gold Trust. Here he is. And yeah, he was forward, then just blew that field away.
Yep. Can he run back to it?
Cassation. Fernando Hara rides.
He's a little tough to make.
Has not done much on the grass, just 1 for 14. No. Grouch, trained by Tom Clark, 1 for 10 on the turf.
He's got a decent enough race going back to last September when a distant 3rd behind the 9. He gets back to the turf for the first time in a while.
Like what I see figures. He's 6-1.
I agree. I don't think he's impossible. He's running against some cheaper horses, but I think he's running well for Dan Ward.
Parato's going to cut back in distance.
He probably needs more than a cutback. Probably needs an engine.
Smithwick's Spice, still think he's the one to beat. That's a nice
Really?
price.
Really? I don't. I don't like his recent form. I get it. He's got back form very good, but I think he's going to have to run a lot better. But maybe you'll be right.
And Spirit in the Night comes off a win on a race taken off the turf.
Yeah, he just seems a little bit slower than these. I mean, the big question here is what do you do with Gold Trust? You know, do you believe his last race? You believe his last race, he's going to be very hard to beat in here, but he's not a total one-number horse, but he's close, right?
I mean, look, he's the now horse. Here it is. Back on August 23rd at Monmouth, it was at 5.5, and he was close throughout and then just powers away.
I agree. Now, he's going to have to work out a slightly different trip because you've got the speed of the like what I see outside of him. So can he outrun that horse? Is he going to let him go and try to get second to him? Because it wasn't the fastest of paces last time out. And this pace, I'm not saying it's going to be wicked fast, but it may not be as simple for him because last time the speed was inside of him. And you're also getting 2-1 on a horse that won at 6-1 last time, and he's arguably running against some tougher horses maybe.
And back to your point, too, about being a one-number horse. He's gradually, 4 years old, there's still upside there. And he's gradually been getting better sort of race by race this year, hasn't he?
Right, that's the thing. That's why I don't want to say he's a one-number horse because you can see a progression in his starts. Mike Deeney won a race here earlier today. In fact, a 6-furlong turf sprint, so maybe he'll get 2. One at Monmouth and 1 here at Aqueduct. I hear what you're saying with the 9. I don't. First of all, I don't love horses off wins at Penn National. And second of all, even his race 2 back, I mean, I know he was coming off a bit of a layoff, but he was easily beaten by the horse that Gold Trust disposed of last time. And it's not like he improved in his second start. He's going to have to show he can get back to that good form from last year. This horse ran the Harvey Pack last year and didn't even disgrace himself, frankly. I mean, his form last year would just drown this field,
He was a different horse last year, and maybe age has just caught up to him. But this is a 15-time winner, 10 runner-ups, over $760,000 in earnings, and there's no question he's not at his best anymore.
But he's not 8-5. So I think your point I would say more is at 3-1. Would you rather bet him at 3-1 than the 4 at 2-1? I think that's a more fair argument for him because maybe he does get back to it third off a layoff.
Could be.
I mean, in there somewhere is a horse that this field can't handle. Just too good for them, and he draws well towards the outside. So
I thought, another, and he's a long shot, and it's a big question mark. But going longer, the last 2 starts for Visparo on the rail have been very good, cycling into potentially the best race of his career coming up next. But can he do it sprinting?
Well, he's run well enough sprinting, Greg, that if you like him, I don't think you have to worry that much about him sprinting because he has run well in the past sprinting, right? Now, he also has had Paco Lopez in the last 3 starts, and now he has Maddie Oliver. Now, I think Maddie rides well, but she's not Paco Lopez. And so you're getting that. But you're also talking about a horse that's 12-1. And the last thing you want to do is quibble about riders when you're betting 12-1 shots. I think your case is valid.
But at least 2, and I completely agree with you on that, at least she's already where she wants to be from the rail, right?
No, I agree. She should just sit there. Well, I mean, listen, I think Maddie rides fine. She's just not Paco Lopez. Paco Lopez is one of the best riders in the country when he's not doing ridiculous things out there. You know what I mean? I mean, the guy could ride, and he wins. I don't care what you say. The guy wins, and he's very, very good. She's had a decent meet. I mean, she's winning at 14%. It's not like she's riding badly down there. She gets the rail, and you're also talking about a 12-1 shot. And this horse has sprinted before and run well enough. The problem is if the 4 runs a semblance of his last race or the 9 finds any kind of his decent form, this horse can't beat them.
Would you say, I look at this board, and I don't know if you agree, but I look at just in terms of inflated price and like what I see the 7 at 8-1.
I think 8-1 on the 7 is a better bet than the 1 at 11-1. How's that?
I would agree with you.
I like Dan Ward. I thought this horse has been running well in recent races. I don't love the fact that the horse has 15 seconds and only 9 wins and has only won 1 race in the last 2 years as a 10-year-old. That bothers me a little bit, but I think at that price, you're getting compensated.
He was second in this race last year when Smithwick Spice was the real Smithwick Spice. He was pretty far behind him, but
I'm looking at the fixed odds. The fixed odds indicate the 4 is going to be under even money by the time the race goes off.
Wow.
And actually the 9 is going to drift up to maybe as high as 9-2, which you can get there. And the 1 and 7 could drift up to 15-1 and 10-1. So, you know, now you have to ask yourself, because the fixed odd, you know, don't forget, you're going to see a late odd swing here. You always do at Monmouth. You know, I don't want any part of the 4. And now is 3-5 looking at fixed odds. Now, he may win, but I don't need the source of 3-5 in here. So maybe I'd rather bet the 9 at 4.5-1 because he probably rates to go up, right?
Yeah, he doesn't need his A level to win this race, right? The 9?
No, he needs to run better than he's run this year. I think he's got to run a little better than he has in his last 2. If the 4 runs his last race. If the 4 doesn't run his last race, he's right in the mix even on those races, right?
I think if the 4 improves,
if the 4 runs his last race,
Spice is in trouble. I think if he runs his last race, he's still in the mix.
Yeah, I don't. We'll agree to disagree on that. I think if the 4 runs his last race, he's going to win this race. But I think a lot of it also depends on how aggressive Hara is on Cassation and Vargas is would look like what I see. If they're not aggressive and the 4 is able to control, the race is over. Yeah. I don't think you disagree with that.
No.
I think it'll very much depend on how aggressive the other riders are in here.
7-5, maybe Gold Trust the 4. He's been bet like it. Is just really coming into his own right now, and that could be the case.
Maybe.
And he's versatile too.
We'll see. I'm curious now what price he goes off at too. Because it's probably not going to be the 7-5 you're looking at right now.
The Joey P. 5 furlongs on the grass. Smithwick Spice dominated this group last year, but now a year older, 9-year-old. And not coming in near the kind of form he had last year when he won it. For Douglas Nunn. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Get him in there now. Like what I see. Perotto coming up to the gate. Cassation, post position number 5. Two back, Smittic Spice. And to the outside post, Spirit in the Night. Here's Spirit in the Night, walking up. Go again. We're ready to go. Lair off in the Joey P. handicap. Cassation away slowly. Like what I see, sent for speed. Gold Trust there as well to match him. Smittic Spice right behind them in third, 3 deep. A length and a half to Perotto off the speed in fourth. Visparo is next with JJ Zozo and Spirit of the Night who's deep. 3 back to Cassation. Grouch at the tail as they approach the 4-turn run. Like what I see, challenged by Smittic Spice into the turn. Gold Trust is backed away and he's now 2 lengths off the lead. Sent along a little bit on the rail. Tries to come back on again. Perotto is racing outside of him. 2 clear of Visparo who hugs the rail with JJ Zozo. Spirit of the Night off of heels there. Has to steady hard. They're off the turn here. Smittic Spice, like what I see, are right together. Gold Trust is coming on again. And here he comes on the outside. Gold Trust, Francisco Martinez with a good ride to give this horse a breather at the 3/8 pole. Ran on to win it and to win the Joey P. handicap by 2, in fact. JJ Zozo gets up for second over Smittic Spice, and like what I see, who is fourth.
Gold Trust looked like he might be in trouble for a little bit. Goes off 3-5, by the way. He was just way too good for this group.
Well, it was actually a good ride by Martinez, you know. We talked about it. The 7 went, the 9 went. They were aggressive. I like it. Martinez took him out of that situation, got him to the outside, and he just is in great form. And rolled on. He went up at 3-5, as we said he very well might. And the first-time turfer, JJ Zozo, a very fortunate second, as both the 7 and the 9 ran extremely well, battling up front. But a good ride and good trip for JJ Zozo gets second.
This is dominant, though, from Gold Trust.
Yeah. Well, listen, I don't think either one of us are surprised. His last race was very good, and he ran back to it. He's also a 4-year-old running against a 10 and 9-year-old. He's a 4-year-old on the improve against some horses who are nice warriors, and we love these kind of horses, but their best days are behind them. They still ran pretty well.
3-5, Gold Trust with a win. Mike Deeney, Felipe Martinez, and back-to-back wins for this 4-year-old son of Handsome Mike. 5 for 9 at Monmouth for Gold Trust. Meanwhile, back at Belmont of the Big A, Capanaparo, Dutrow Jr., Bar, Manny Franco, Top Racing, homebred.
That name
with the
just
victory.
rolls off your tongue, doesn't it? Maybe
Makes
I
me
should.
very glad
I'm
I'm
going
not
to
a
Google
track
it. I'm
announcer.
going to Google it, and a lot of people are glad that you and I are track announcers, but that's a whole other discussion. But this horse absolutely galloped, perfect trip or not, and nice to see my man Manny Franco get the win. Don't touch my stuff, Greg. Your hands off my
Keep it on your side, Andy.
Going over the line of demarcation.
5-2 on your winner here in the dirt debut. After being beat on the turf, running okay first time on the turf too. Johnny's Red Storm expect to be pretty darn good for Rick Pitino.
Right, I'm not even sure they're supposed to give up on running this horse in the turf again going forward because he ran into a monster first time out. I'm still not convinced 100% that he's not a better turf horse. We'll see going forward. Rick will figure it out.
$7.78 for the win. As we move on to race 7, mile and a 16th on the grass, $35,000 claiming race. It's non-winners of 2 life. The condition, pretty wide open betting board. And yes, I'm looking forward to the new Belmont Park. I am. I can't wait. I'm excited about it.
We all are.
But I'm also extremely excited about getting back there so I can start going to Bryant and Cooper again, which is my favorite steakhouse in New York.
Oh, that's the place. You and Richie are always talking about it, right?
It is. I don't know if Mick's been there.
I thought that's not the
maybe
place
he has.
Richie talks about?
No.
Oh, that's another place.
Maybe it is. I don't know.
Where
I've
is?
never been
I
there
don't know
with
this place.
It is in Roslyn.
Okay.
Oh,
Really
it is
good?
good.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to betting against Brian Cooper today.
Okay. We'll talk more about that when we come back and tell you who we like in this field. Paula Duca back at it on the diamond the other day in the alumni game. We'll show you how Paulie did. Rough day.
You know what? I'm just happy for him to get out there in front of the fans.
Gets up to win the sprint. Jackie's Warrior, Elite Power in the far outside. Jackie's Warrior settles for third today. At the 16th hole, Gunite is second, but Elite Power does it again.
Ball of 870 come down to 900 and 900,000.
The power of a champion.
Please hold your applause.
The power of Juddmonte.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. As we get set for race 7. Coming up here, Belmont at the Big A, mile and a 16th on the turf. $35,000 non-winners and 2-life claiming race. Dive deeper into that in just a moment. But Gold Trust, this horse really coming into his own right now.
Yeah, no, I mean, and I like the ride by Francisco Martinez, taking him back off the pace stool, but just the best horse and did the right thing with him, got to the outside and able to win fairly convincingly, a horse on the improve.
One more look at the winning move. Martinez swings outside of trouble, and this horse has plenty in the engine.
Yeah, a different situation, as we said, with the speed outside of him in this race, as opposed to last time when he was outside the speeds, but the rider adjusted and got the job done, and fairly convincingly. When you win turf sprints by 2 to 3 lengths, you're much the best in most cases.
5 for 9 record now at Monmouth, and that price was warranted. But again, JJ Zozo, first time on grass.
Very nice trip to get up for second for Sonny Leone. Kentucky Derby winning rider.
Sonny Leone.
Can never take it away from, Greg.
It was one of the great rides in Derby history, too, not just a win.
That was an exceptional ride. I don't disagree.
2-turn mile, 8,000 claiming race. Non-winners of 4 life. The condition in this spot, Ain't No Joke. One of 2 in here. Or scheduled to be one of 2. Dan Ward scratching the 1 Alpha Company, excuse me. So Ain't No Joke, though, remains in the spot. 3 captains intriguing outside. 9-2, we'll see if Francisco Martinez can go back to back. Back to Belmont at the Big A. Nine minutes away, race 7, and back with us. Good to see you, Acacia Clement.
Hey, Greg, good to at least hear you guys, as well as start off in the paddock with the horse that's taking a lot of money. And then number 2, Twirly, currently 3-1 on the board, down from her 8-1 morning line, as she is one of a couple in here that's taking a drop in class. She's a horse that just is always a little bit tricky to warm to because she doesn't really carry a lot of weight and conditioning. She's pretty high strung prior to her races. Last time, at least up in Saratoga, they had to saddle her on the walk. Typically, Belmont in Saratoga keeps all his horses down the end and away from everybody else, but even there, it was tricky getting the tack on her and trying to keep her settled. She was much better saddling today. It is much quieter, of course, here at Aqueduct, but she's gotten pretty hot. So all things that lead me to believe that she's just a little bit tough to trust. That being said, I think she is much more of a turf horse, despite the fact that she won on a wet track, and that was where her only win did come. I think she's built much more for the grass, and she is dropping in class given what she's been facing in her last couple. She's fine. She was mid-pack last time out and just didn't really have much kick. Maybe the class drop will help her into this spot, as she could just be finding herself in the right place. The number 8, Bryant Cooper, she's another one that's taking a drop in class, and she did win 2 starts back, even after a little bit of trouble, kind of having to pause her run when being checked by a foe drifting in the stretch. Last time out and facing winners for the first time, as she had an outside post and she was wide throughout and just never really had enough kick in there behind North End Lady, again facing tougher company. She's also a lightly framed type, but in contrast to Twirly in here, she has size to her. She looks great in her coat. For her standards, pretty strong coming in. She is one that typically does not have the most muscle mass in her hind end. So like I said, for her standards, pretty good. And I think the drop should help her as well. Sometimes she can be a little bit rambunctious on the track in particular. So far, so good in the paddock here. She's been very classy acting, very calm and relaxed. She is the full sister to stakes winner Marvelous Maud, New York Bred Stakes winner. So there was pedigree there for her to have some quality. I think it's just a logical move, showing that she belongs a little bit more around this level, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. We'll get to the post parade when we come back. Difficult wagering race. The favorite at 7-2, Mott and Junior Alvarado, Team Sovereignty. We'll be back.
$1,600,000 not it. $1,600,000 not a minute today. $1,600,000 bid now, bid now, $650. $1,650. $1,650,000 not anybody else. $650,000 bid today. $1,650,000 not a half. $1,600,000. Thank you.
Thursday on America's Day at the Races, join us for the Great American Harness Race, the 80th edition of the Little Brown Jug, live from Delaware Fairgrounds in Ohio. Thursday's action kicks off 1 Eastern on FS2.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, home to 4-time leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of champion New York bred Bank Frenzy.
Bank Frenzy, a hard-fought winner of the Commentator.
And multiple stakes winner Sunday Girl.
Clear winner in the John Hettinger Sunday Girl.
Also standing into mischief's Grade 1 Son Provocateur and top young stallion Solomini, sire of Mike Lee Stakes winner Doc Sullivan at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, celebrating over 50 years of equine excellence.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage here on Fox Sports 2 as we get set for race 7. 4 minutes from a start, our post parade coming up. Mile and a 16th on the turf. Non-winners at 2 life the condition. $35,000 claiming tag, all on for sale for that price. Here's Lotus Pedal, Jenna Antonucci, Javier Castellano.
Maggie likes this one, and I respect Maggie's opinion. I still have no idea why. Taking a shot with the price, I'm kidding.
Twirly, a modest favorite at 7-2.
She has one race, her race 2 back, that can win here. The rest of her races give her absolutely no chance. I don't know what to think.
Silent Melody, 4-1.
I think she's oddly the worst to beat, except she never wins. But she did run pretty well 2 back and then had a bit of a nightmare trip last time.
Dancing Jane went by, put it all together for a maiden win last start.
Yeah, she had everything her own way that day against a weak field.
Proud Mary went by.
Yeah, there's other speed today, but she did run okay last time in her distance debut.
Island Fox getting easier.
I think she's dangerous at a big price in here, as you say, dropping.
44-1 Saucy 6.
And she looks every bit of it in the paper.
Brian and Cooper, best stakes in New York.
Listen, she's 9-2 if you like her. That's a fair price. I just haven't seen a particularly good race, but I guess
drops in class though too.
Yep, I agree.
Queen Atlas at 8-1 on the outside.
I like her. I just want her to try to wire the field. I just hope she goes. So, it's my best guess. I thought her last race was okay.
Since that last race, that was June 21st, the last time that we saw her.
She was
really fired out of there.
Yeah, she was scratching Saratoga once or twice. I'm not exactly sure the circumstances.
So 3-1, your favorite. Dancing Jane.
She was in against a very ineffective field, and they just went to the front, and sort of nobody challenged her, and she not surprisingly drew off to an easy victory. But horses like this always, I think, look a little sexier on paper than they are because she had everything her own way. She's not getting the lead here. I'm not saying she can't win without the lead, and she's not untalented, but I think her last race was kind of a result of the trip and the field she faced. She's not impossible. I just didn't want her at a short price. She's 3-1, and she doesn't do much for me at 3-1. I think
you expect the 9 to be in front?
I do. I mean, we'll see how aggressive Romero is with Proud Mary, who obviously showed a lot of speed last time. We'll see. It's between those two.
Meanwhile, here's a look at 4-1 shot Brian and Cooper. So Chad Brown drops in class, state-bred maiden special weight win off the bench, and then just too tough company against state-bred A other than last start.
Yeah, this isn't a negative drop. This is trying to find an appropriate spot. This is a horse that mic'd up bred, so it's not like they have a lot of money invested in the horse. She broke her maiden in a race where she got a very nice ride from Manny Franco, and others had some less than terrific trips in this field. and she got it done. She's not particularly fast, but these are good connections, so she can certainly win. I'm not going to knock somebody that likes her, especially if she stays around the 9-2 range. I just prefer other horses.
We'll be coming from far out of it. We'll see if she gets the pace set up, but certainly Easier Company is not going to hurt at all. Let's go to Acacia.
Well, as far as the number 9, Queen Atlas, is concerned, Andy's right. She was scratched a couple of times up in Saratoga, including in the New York Stallion Series back mid-August, where she was scratched in the morning and listed as a regulatory vet due to an injury or being unsound. So obviously that's a little bit of a concern, and especially given that she was entered and scratched a couple of times, and being a New York bred and training up in Saratoga, missing the entire Saratoga meet, not being able to run there. So yes, a little bit of a concern given that. Her speed is very dangerous coming back here. She's one that I actually have not been in the paddock for any of her races, so I can't compare, but I really wish that she had some more muscle mass to her off a bit of that layoff, and kind of a conversation Jonathan Kinchin and I were having earlier. When you pointing a horse to a particular race or a particular series of races sometimes can be a little bit tricky to keep them at their peak fitness or at their peak weight and conditioning, whatever that might be. She did warm up well out there, so I certainly will give her that. And as mentioned, her speed and Ricardo Santana climbing aboard makes her quite dangerous. The number 4, Dancin' Jane, has been taking money throughout. She did set the pace the last time out. I think that Queen Atlas is a little bit more of a runoff type, so Dancin' Jane is not going to get the easy pace that she did last time out, where she did look to be a winner every step of the way. She is one too that I know that she won last time, but looking like she's actually kind of physically trending in the wrong direction now towards the latter half of the year. I thought that she did look a little bit better earlier this year than now. That being said, she's coming in off back-to-back solid efforts, and I think she comes back in a logical next spot. We'll see if she can keep the momentum going. I did land, though, on the 3, Silent Melody. As Andy touched on, she had trouble last time. The winner Will Not Be Swayed, actually, in fact, there was a separate incident in that race, but Will Not Be Swayed in the first turn caused a lot of trouble, and I thought Silent Melody was really hindered with that and did not have a good trip. She's one I want to give another chance, and she was far more settled today than she was last time as well, Greg.
All right, Acacia, here we go, loading up for the 7th, and it's Twirly, Mott, and Junior, the 2. Well, as I say that, favoritism switches back to the 4, but it's those 2 who've been kind of dominating the wagering
I think
here.
I'd rather bet Twirly, but I don't really have much. There aren't going to be a lot of results in here that are going to shock me.
Chris Griffin with the 7th from Belmont at the Big A.
Is in. All set. And they're off. Breaking outward was Queen Atlas. Also crossing over there was Bryant and Cooper. A little trouble at the start. Towards the outside. The leader is Dancin' Jane. In between horses, right to the front. Here comes Queen Atlas. Wants to apply pressure. Is out there very keen. A little rank here. Out in the center of the course is crossing over. Is going to stalk the pace setter. Dancin' Jane there 1-2. Just off of them comes Proud Mary. Romero Mirage is stalking from third. Is to the outside here of a ground-saving journey for Lotus Petal. Carried very wide there was Silent Melody. Now crosses over and saves a little ground. Is going to be in 5th. Is in front of Twirly, who's a well-spotted 6, is at the rail and towards the outside there, 3 wide. Tight hold on Saucy 6. Towards the back end, it's Bryant and Cooper and the trailer, Island Fox, 22-4. The posted opening quarter mile, Dancin' Jane has the lead. Queen Atlas just won't settle, is right there towards the outside, wants to go in a 47.78 half-mile time. Lotus Petal is right there at the rail, is towards the inside of Proud Mary. They're 3rd and 4th. Moving in closer, here comes Saucy 6 to the outside of Silent Melody. Twirly is in behind horses, losing a touch of ground up the backstretch. Bryant and Cooper starts to rally. The trailer, Island Fox. Dancin' Jane turns up the pressure now, starts to sprint for home. Queen Atlas is trying to keep up from 2nd. At the rail, Lotus Petal was saving all the ground for Castellano. Now tips to the outside and has dead aim here on Dancin' Jane, who's in front. Lotus Petal is now cut loose on the center of the course, and Lotus Petal comes calling for the lead. Ready to pounce is Silent Melody. Flavien Prat there on the move too. Lotus Petal got the jump. Here driving on, it's Silent Melody late lifting. Bryant and Cooper is rolling. Bryant and Cooper down to these 2, but Bryant and Cooper well-timed and gets the victory. Bryant and Cooper over Lotus Petal, then came Silent Melody and Proud Mary. It won at 42.20 seconds.
Bryant and Cooper might be worth a trip tonight for these connections and drop down in class and a win.
Manny Franco is on fire. That's 3 wins in the last 4 starts for Manny, and gave a very good ride, a patient ride, and able to get through in the late stages. A great pick by Maggie with the one who I was laughing about. That was a great trip, but a great pick. And part of the reason she picked was she thought the horse could get a great trip, and she was right at 16-1, and just one of those sort of tough beats when the 8 was able to get out and run her down. And I'll tell you something. Silent Melody may never win another race. I mean, could she have gotten a better trip and ride from Flavien Prat? She just doesn't want to finish and pass horses in the stretch. But this horse making that late run, and Manny riding at the top of his game right now.
7-2 on the class dropper for one of the best barns in the game, Chad Brown here.
Yeah. The 9 broke out. The 9 wasn't winning this race if she got a head start. So that was a bad pick by me. She's rank, and she just not Ricardo's fault. Nothing he can do about it.
About to enter your picture. Here comes the daughter of slumber. Right about now. There she is.
Yeah. You know what? You run her where they belong, they can win. Somebody claimed her, and I doubt they did. Good luck to them. But this was a case of finding the right field and the right spot, and that's the secret to winning. It's not a question of, always a question of great training. It can be, but this was a good ride and a properly spotted horse.
8-1, 3-5 finish, 7-2 on your winner.
I think a claim would be a double win for them. What do you think?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
All right, well, these prices coming up in a moment. A couple of breaks ago, we talked to you about, we were very excited for him. Paul LaDuca putting on a Mets uniform again for the alumni game out at Citi Field, back in action behind the plate. Mike Piazza the game as well. Mike said, I can't catch. Well, Paul said, I can't hit. So let's kind of trade off here because of injuries they've accumulated over the years. Good to see number 16 out on the diamond again.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of us understand the beating that catchers take over time.
And he took a shot right there.
You know what? Paulie,
right to the elbow.
Paulie's tough. Don't kid yourself. Paulie's
shoulder,
tough.
I should say.
And, you think about a guy, like Paul. I didn't know Paul at all when he was playing baseball. A lot of people did, we know, because he was playing the horses too. But, I didn't know Paul. And you think about a guy, listen, I had a lot of times rooting for Paulie in my apartment, watching the Mets and rooting for him to do well. And I'll tell you what, I've got a lot of respect for somebody who can go out and hit the ball. It's always a lot of fun.
I believe that was the final out, too, and he was trying to do anything he could, so they couldn't make that throw to first. I don't even think he wanted to get up to the plate because he was not feeling up to it physically, but great to see him out there and just enjoying the day.
He's a good sport, and I agree. I'm happy to see him out there and get a little chance to get some accolades from the fans. And, Paulie had a lot of big hits in his day. You're not a 4-time All-Star. I know we say it a lot, and people joke about it, but you're not a 4-time All-Star because you're lucky. You're a 4-time All-Star because you're great.
Yeah, no question. And the intensity he brought to that team.
Which he's been known to bring here on occasion.
Yeah, every once in a while. It rears its head.
I have a lot of fun with Paul. I enjoy working with Paul, and I'll tell you something, I have a lot of respect for his opinion as well.
Great handicapper.
Yes, he is.
Really is. Great to see him having some fun out there. Yep. We missed him yesterday, but great to be able to see him where he made his mark.
Yep,
and
absolutely.
Man, could he hit in his day.
Listen, he had some huge hits. It's funny, I was watching, during a rain delay or something, I was watching a game recently. I was texting with Paul about it, and they showed Paul hitting a huge home run in a big game, and it was just sort of fun to watch.
Back to Monmouth and race 8, $8,000 claiming races, non-winners of 4 life in this spot. And the favorite, Magical Road, who had a win and then back-to-back runner-ups at a mile the last couple of tries. What do you think of Magical Road?
I wouldn't bet her off the last start, but the race 2 back can win here. Let's be honest. Is there anybody in here that has absolute, I guess the bottom horse would be hard to make, and I don't like the recent form, though the horse is off the claim, Curl and Gunner, the 7 horse, but the rest of them, don't you feel like you could throw them up in the air and somebody's going to land first here? I guess Strong Light is not in great form. I'd probably prefer Ain't No Joke.
Here's Run Happy Pappy, Jose Sanchez.
Oh, we're doing a post parade? Last race was not good.
Not sure if we are or not, but
I don't know what we're doing here.
Look, It's a tough race. As you said, there's form is not terrific in here. I think Ain't No Joke, though, can be forward, sprinting, stretching back out and taking the blinkers off can be very tough.
I think Ain't No Joke should be favored, and looking at the fixed odds, will be favored. They have the horse who's 3-1 now at 9-5, and they have the 2 at 2 and change to 1, and 5-2 and change on the 3. So if you like the 6, don't expect to get 3-1. If you don't mind betting the horse at 2-1 or 9-5, then bet the 6. And I think the 6 probably is a fair price at 2-1 in here. I think the horse is the horse to beat. I'm with you.
Final day of this meet at Monmouth. Paco Lopez wrapped up the riding title. Chad Brown gave it a real go with his taking the first on the card to get within 1 of tying for the training title. Did not happen.
Yes, he was a distant second with his last second and final starter. I actually watched it. High beta.
But made things interesting.
Actual favorite in that race. I guess if you ask Chad, he's probably happier tying for the Saratoga title than the Monmouth title. Probably a little happier. You're going to stay out of that conversation.
2-1 favorite, Magical Road. Sammy Marin having a huge day.
I think Sammy Marin's a terrific rider. I think he's the best rider there. He had a win here the other day.
Yeah.
And his biggest fan wasn't here for it.
Keisha's been touting his talents.
Keisha is the champion of the. She's not wrong. I think he's terrific. I agree.
Yeah.
Listen, I was touting him at Tampa as well.
Matt Dinnerman with the call, the 8th.
We're ready to go. And they're off and losing the rider. 3 captains. The horse reared at the start and unseated the rider there. Francisco Martinez, who's on his feet, looks okay, but 3 captains loose. Well behind. The stewards have already posted the inquiry sign into that. So the remaining field goes around the first turn here, and the pacemakers run Happy Pappy, length and a half in front. Ain't No Joke running in the second spot. Curlin Gunner with Magical Road. Big gap of 6 to Strong Light, who's at the tail end of the field, and that loose horse still well behind the rest of the bunch here. Approaching the backstretch, Run Happy Pappy, clear on the lead. The margins too. Ain't No Joke second with Curlin Gunner. Then Magical Road patiently ridden inside, 4 off the pace. 2 back to Strong Light, who gets a little bit closer as they approach the half-mile pole. Run Happy Pappy goes off at 3-2. Leads a length and 3/4. Curlin Gunner's second. Ain't No Joke to the inside, clearly into third as they go into the far turn. Strong Light sent along from the 4th position, now level third as they round the turn, and Magical Road has given way to the back, will under a hard ride, rounding that turn and approaching the quarter pole. Run Happy Pappy still clear, 2 lengths. Curlin Gunner all in second now. Strong Light to his outside. Ain't No Joke down on the inside, cuts to the corner as he comes off the turn. And then Magical Road, they're down the stretch. Run Happy Pappy, he's a 2-length leader with a furlong left. Curlin Gunner on the outside trying to reel him in, but Run Happy Pappy is just getting stronger as the race gets longer. And Run Happy Pappy is going to win by 5 lengths with a powerful finish late, maybe 6. Curlin Gunner was second, Strong Light third, Ain't No Joke was 4th.
Public made the right one the favorite here.
Yeah. Despite the fixed odds, this one ended up favored, and on the drop down, absolutely galloped.
Not quite sure how you make this horse the favorite.
I guess the feeling, did they know the 6 wasn't going to run? I almost wonder a little bit about that, because he was awful. And I guess they feel like dropping down to a level where he had won a couple races. So maybe. Yeah, I agree. Not a horse I would have taken as the favorite. I would have been wrong.
Jose Sanchez, Sonny Leon, 3-2. Run Happy Pappy dominant here throughout. Never really in question in this spot. Prices when we come back. 8th in the books at Monmouth, and get to the final race of the meet when we come back.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you in 17 minutes to post indeed for race number 8 here at Belmont at the Big A as you're watching our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Closing out opening week, Belmont at the Big A. Manny Franco having a huge Sunday afternoon. 3 wins the last 4, you say?
No, 3 of the last 4.
That's what I just said.
Is that what you said? Yes, and you were correct. He won 3 of the last 4. Good call.
$9.80 for the win. 7-2 on Bryant and Cooper. Try and find out if this one got taken for you as well. 8-1-3 finish. Let's go to Acacia.
As I'm pleased to be joined by jockey Manny Franco, wins aboard Bryant and Cooper. 3rd win today for you, Manny. Not a bad way to spend a Sunday.
No, definitely not. Every time you win is it's a blessing.
You came rolling late with this filly. She's a big, long, striding type. It seems like it just takes her a little bit of time to get going.
Yeah, she takes a little bit to get going, but at the same time, I was happy because the pace was cooking in front of me, so I was comfortable where I was. And I just want to, get a clear run and never stop her because she's kind of on the lazy side. But as soon I cut the corner to the inside and tip out, she was rolling. It just was a matter of time.
Like you said, kind of timing that run. I mean, even when she won and she had another horse close to her, it does seem like she almost waits a little bit. How do you time it right and not wait too long?
I mean, you got to go with the race, flow with the race. And, you got to just have in mind, be aware, paying attention of the race every time. So I think that's what I do, and I time it right.
Yeah, you certainly did, making all the right decisions for that 3rd win today. Congratulations.
Thank you, Acacia.
Greg?
Manny having another terrific year and having a huge Sunday afternoon here to close out the week as we move into race 8, 6.5 furlongs. Condition claiming race here. Or I'm Buzzy, Melly Mel, and Spun Size all at 5-2 on the board.
I need to go to some kind of group that sort of to break my love for I'm Buzzy. I didn't pick her today, but I just have some sort of strange love for a deep closer that never seems to get it done. I don't know that she can get the pace to get it done today. I'm curious what Melly Mel does, a horse that's just not good enough on paper, but claimed by Orlando Noda, who's come back into training after about a year and a half away and has had 2 horses run a little better than their PPs looked off the claim for him, and including one that got a 92 buyer yesterday, which is a little hard to see. So maybe she'll improve and win this race. We'll see what she does. I prefer the outside 2, the 6 Spun Size, and the 7 Always Practical, who I picked on top.
Yeah, 4 of the 6 at 5-2 or 3-1, so tough group to separate. Talk more about this field when we come back. By the way, no claims in that last race. Not a big surprise. We're going to take a timeout. What a Saturday. Kendrick had 4 wins on the card, including the nightcap. Putting in that hard work, and it has been paying off.
(16-2), a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Here comes that big gray Tappet Trice right down the outside. Tappet Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass. Tappet Trice's 2024 debut was awesome.
Tappet Trice is lunging. Tappet Trice wins the Woodward.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Yeah. I love the morning work. The morning is something that brings peace to my day when I can wake up and say good morning to everybody and just get on horses, you know, in the morning. It's fun that us jocks get to go out and get on these horses because it builds a relationship for the afternoon where we can be even better.
Yo, what's up, brother?
Every morning I wake up, I gotta go talk to everyone to let them know how much I want it, how much I want to be successful to their team, want to be on their team. I love riding for everybody. I want to ride for everybody. I feel like I can do good for everybody if I only can put the work in to be successful at the end of the day.
Mama Linda, how are you, hon?
I'm good. I like to always check with the people that I ride for, so, you know, we can have a good vibe going into the afternoon where we can win some races. It's all who want it out of life and who want to do better and who get the opportunity to do better. You know, it always don't go your way because you want it so bad. You know, the opportunity got to come to you where you can achieve your goals and where you can prove to them that you are just as good as anybody else, if not better.
Morning. Good morning, my brother. Everything good? You good?
My dad was the biggest inspiration for me. As I was growing up, he wasn't overbearing about, you have to do this, you have to do this, you have to do this. He was always, son, you know, you gotta learn the horses, you gotta get in tune with the horses.
I wrote that one?
After that, I just started building from there.
Morning. Me, all day. I ride two for Linda. Se fue adiós.
My dad always told me if you can't be good at it, you know? So, you know, anytime I lose, I'll be like, man, if I can't be good, I gotta be good at it, you know? If I can't win, I gotta be even better at it, you know? That's some of the things I think about that my dad always used to tell me, you know? And he used to always tell me, never walk with your head down, always keep your head level, because if you keep your head level, you can see what's in front of you. And I can see everything what's in front of me, Dad. You was right, man. I am here, I am there, I am everywhere. I was brought in the game. I was pretty much raised in the game, you know, so I just can't speak so highly of how much I love my sport. I think my sport is wonderful. I think these horses are wonderful. I think these horses do stuff for people across the world that humans can't do for other humans, you know. That's how I feel about horses, and I'm just blessed.
Quite a roll Kendrick's on. And Saturday, what a day. He had 4 wins, including the Floral Park on the speedy Luna Luska. Has won that race back-to-back years now and then took the nightcap as well, going up the fence through a fairly tight spot.
And I think a lot of times riders get too much credit for winning and not enough credit sometimes on races where they lose and give good rides. And I was actually texting Kendrick earlier about this because I thought Edict, who ran second in the stake, a long shot that I actually bet on, I thought Kendrick gave that horse just an absolutely brilliant ride. A horse that has speed but doesn't really run her best races on the front end. And he was able to go out early, make the speeds run, rate behind them, and get good position. She finished second, but I thought he gave her a great ride. And a lot of times, you know, people only look at riders' wins, like Kendrick winning 4 races yesterday, and they discount how well they ride when they lose. You can only be on the best horse so often. And I think Kendrick's obviously riding at the top of his game right now. I don't think he is. I know he is.
Yeah. 8 minutes away from this 8th coming up, and that's the one Kendrick will ride in this race coming up. Always practical with that outside post. We'll team up with Linda Rice and a 2-time winner who will today cut back in distance. Let's go to Acacia.
And starting off with Kendrick's Mountain here in Always Practical, I really like the cutback in distance for this horse. Went the mile out of the Wilson chute in that off the turf race last time out, where she was kind of in that pressing, forward chasing spot and then just ended up fading. She gets a drop in class as well to a spot that I think makes sense for her. And while she was very laid back last time and again today, leading me to believe that that was the reason to think that she could handle more distance, she's just built so much more like a horse that wants to go shorter. I think this is really the right spot for her, not to mention despite her demeanor, and Kendrick usually warms them up pretty good, and that's what Jose Lascano did in her last couple of starts. She has tactical speed, and I think that that should put her in a good place. Now the number 1, I'm Buzzy. I'm with you, Andy. I always have a soft spot for this mare. I gotta say, though, she looks sensational coming in here for Charlie Baker. Just dappled from head to toe. Really good weight and muscle mass on her. She's always been a good doer. I was intrigued by her cutting back last time to a sprint. While she has some leg to her, she's very stout and compact in her back, and a horse that I think is better actually going a bit shorter. I think it's worth giving her another chance in here, though of course it has been a while since she's seen the winner's circle, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. Here we go with I'm Buzzy to start off the post-parade. Rosario for Charlie Baker.
She's going to need a lot of pace, and with the scratch of the 5, I don't think there's going to be much pace in here.
Melly Mel, win at 1-2, claimed and now steps up in class.
She's not winning off any of the races on paper, so she's going to have to improve off the claim. Maybe she will.
Moongate, Jimmy Ryerson.
Her job got a lot easier with the scratch of the number 5, but the problem is that you're going to see probably aggression from Ricardo on the 6, and her win 2 back is the only fast figure she's run. But she can win.
Here's Amy's Light.
She's actually got some races fast enough, but she's another horse that might be a bit pace compromised.
Spun size at 3-1. Bruce Brown taking over off the claim.
Yeah, she had some trouble in her last start and ran well enough to say the race 2 back wasn't a total aberration.
And Mr. 4 wins on Saturday afternoon. Kendrick Carmouche, there he is on Always Practical.
And I know I can't say others, lack of pace, and she doesn't have a lot of speed. I'm hoping Kendrick can get a little closer, and I thought maybe the right spot cutting back for Linda in a more appropriate spot for her.
Again, still four of the 6 between 5-2 and 3-1 on the board here in a difficult 8th to handicap. Well, take a break and have this for you live when we come back.
Greatest Honor has taken the lead now. Less than a quarter of a mile to go, and Greatest Honor starts to get away. Greatest Honor, he's an easy winner in the Holy Bull. And here he comes now. Greatest Honor finding his best stride right when he needs to, and he's going to run down, drain the clock to win the Fountain of Youth.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching the Sunday card from Belmont at the Big A, and you can play it right there through Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Wow.
Something's going on.
2 minutes away from the 8th.
I think that was my neighborhood. Seriously, I think that was right by my apartment.
Andy's Hood.
Upper West Side.
This 2-horse, Melly Mel, Dylan Davis, so it's Orlando Noda off to claim a win at 1-2 last start. Obviously, much easier company back on August the 13th.
And I know, listen, based on the buyer figure, she fits. I get that, and that's a fair argument. Having said that, if you go and look at the horse that ran second, who I think is back in on Thursday, you might feel a little bit differently. This was a very, very soft field that she almost couldn't help but win on paper, and she frankly was life and death to get it done. I was not impressed by this effort, but this is a barn that's gotten back into the game, and they've taken over training of a couple of horses, and they both ran big off the claim, and we've seen this before, so I won't be surprised when she runs a lot better than I think, but I could never bet her.
Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think given the connections, you do have to pay attention. And it's just, as you see horses from particular barns run, sometimes you need to kind of perk up a bit. And as far as Melly Mel is concerned, on paper, would I be able to recommend her? No. In the flesh, compared to what she's facing today, would I be able to recommend her? Yes, she stacks up fine against this field. That being said, I felt like she was one of those horses that just never really took those steps forward, never really developed from 2 to 3 or even the later part of her 3-year-old season. That's why you do see her in these claiming races now. She's one that sometimes doesn't carry the best weight and conditioning. She looks good today, just as she did last time. So kind of all things the same off of the back of her last race. It just feels like she will need to get quicker, but she did warm up well out there on the track. The number 6 Spun Size, first off the claim as well for Bruce Brown, and comes in for the $50,000 again. She was actually eager kind of running up the inside early last time out, trying to get out a little bit, just not really being the easiest to settle that day. She always is pretty energetic, but she got very hot and washy out on the track today, which I did not have in my notes from her doing previously. Ricardo Santana kept her with the pony to try to keep her settled. We'll see if she can keep it under wraps before the race begins, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Favorite, Kendra Carmouche on the 7. Always practical. 2-to-1 choice from that outside slot.
I didn't expect she'd be 2-to-1, but in that barn, it's usually a good sign.
Owned and trained. There she is, owned and trained by Linda Rice. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Speed from Spun Size right out to the front and joined by Moongate, who now emerges. And Moongate sprints away, is up by a length and a half. Chasing his Spun Size, wants to keep up with At the Rail Melly Mel. That's the leading trio. Patiently Ridden, Always Practical. Is going to be in 4th. Is now almost 4 off the leader. The 2 at the back, I'm Buzzy with Amy's Light. They speed up the backstretch and they're chasing Moongate. Moongate pumped up for Christopher Elliott, went 22.37, is unopposed, and now settles a bit into the far turn. Less than a half mile to go. Right there is Spun Size, is trying to cut into the margin, and here comes Always Practical. Always Practical. She's doing it all on her own. She's ranging up 3 wide here, coming after the leader. At the rail is going to be Melly Mel looking for a seam. I'm Buzzy starts to get into the task as second to last, and they're tightly bunched now, as also Amy's Light has joined them, 45.55 for a half-mile time, and Moongate tries to keep going. It's Moongate in front. Always Practical with every shot down the center of the racetrack. Also still right there is Spun Size in the red cap, and now Always Practical asserts. Splitting rivals, though, comes Melly Mel. I'm Buzzy starts to roll on late, too. They're approaching a final 16th. Always Practical is drifting out a touch, but is clear. It's going to be Always Practical to win it. Always Practical over I'm Buzzy. Rallies on there for second over Melly Mel in 1 minute 16.40 seconds.
You picked it up. I got to put my attention on it. I mean, she looked like she was going to roll away and win this race about 30, 40 steps out of the gate.
You could just almost see it, right? If you watch the early part of the race, I said to you, the 7's going to win. Kendrick's got a ton. Now, I'm going to be honest, part of it was because of the way she got bet, down to 9-5. So I sort of felt like she'd run well.
She was going so easy.
Kendrick was sitting on her. She was only a little bit in front of I'm Buzzy, but it looked like Kendrick was sitting. It was like Gallop Racer, when you got a horse you know is going to finish. And she actually moved up very fastly behind a quick pace in here, and she was best. I'm Buzzy did run second, though. I love I'm Buzzy.
9-5, public got it right. And Kendrick, patient, waiting to make his move. And here he is sitting in third, staying wide. And he just had a ton underneath him.
Yeah.
7-1-2-6 finish. As always, Practical wins for owner and trainer Linda Rice.
Yeah. It just... Today was the day. She cut back and she ran a race. I'm Buzzy ran well to be second here. Melly Mel ran fine, to be honest. Probably a little better than last time, but not good enough to win.
So Always Practical now third win of her career. Another successful Kentucky claim for Linda Rice. The hits just keep on coming.
Yeah, listen, Linda gets her horses in the right spot. She was in the right spot today. And the money, to me, really made this horse more likely. When tour horses get bet, they usually run. And Kendrick gets a win finally. It was almost over for him.
Yeah, it's been a while, right? After that 4-win Saturday. Always Practical, convincing here in the 8th as the favorite. Yesterday, huge day with Breeders' Cup Championship implications north of the border at Woodbine. Charlie Appleby, Godolphin, William Buick, two favorites lose in the 2-year-old races. Their best chance, though, obviously, was the Woodbine Mile, and Notable Speech did not disappoint.
Yeah, I would say he found the proverbial right spot. Once the South African horse took no money, I mean, it was an inferior field, and he's a world-class turf miler. I mean, he was very unlucky to lose the Marois. I noticed you guys showed that on the show yesterday, where he just couldn't get room until too late. And the Jacques Marois, it might not have been the best field in the history of that race, but that is maybe one of the premier miles, really a race that has, these races are bigger than the Breeders' Cup. People can talk about the Breeders' Cup all they want. The Jacques Marois is a huge, huge race in Europe. And he came within a nose of winning it.
That he probably should have won.
Oh, he should have won for fun. I mean, you guys showed it. I mean, I had seen it before. I had seen it. We actually showed it live.
So
2-5 was an overlay.
I talked about it with Jonathan on the show yesterday. It depends who is going to show up, and it sounds like potentially Diego Velazquez may show up, but I think we're all in agreement he was better than Diego Velazquez in that race. Is he deserving to be the favorite again? Or do we have to wait and see who comes?
I think we have to see who else comes in the race. And don't forget, he's got a ship out there again. Now,
he is over there, I believe, right now, the betting favorite.
Yeah, but they're going to usually make the Europeans the favorite of the Americans. Not that they're wrong.
No, I mean, of all the Europeans.
Yeah, but I'm saying, I think you want to take a wait and see. I mean, listen, with Carl Spackler getting bought and going on a ridiculous magical mystery tour of Europe as opposed to staying here where he could have dominated, that division has really sort of been left a little bit without a top horse. Now, I don't know whether deterministic is he's pointing to the race at Keeneland. If he is, obviously he's been very good. And I'm a big fan of deterministic, but we're not exactly looking this year at one of the premier groups. And last year we had Carl Spackler, More Than Looks had run very well. The other question is, what happened to Johannes, who got the terrible ride in the Bourse Dave? I would have thought he would have shown up in that race yesterday. Now, is it possible they're waiting for Keeneland? I would have thought he would have been at Woodbine. So I wonder a little bit if we're going to see him, because really the only mile race left as a big prep is going to be the race at Keeneland on opening weekend, right?
Yeah.
And if, those horses, I mean, it is not the toughest field, and I don't think there are any 3-year-olds that have shown they're good enough. I don't think that we're going to see Zulu Kingdom winning the Breeders' Cup Mile, with all due respect.
And I don't feel like they cranked him up to have to win that race yesterday. Do you? Notable Speech?
He's just better than those horses. I mean, that was just, honestly, whoever made him 8-5 in the morning line was kidding themselves. He was clearly always going to be every bit of 2-5 or less, and he should have been. I mean, you'd have to be completely blind not to be able to see how good he is on paper.
Always Practical. Kendrick Carmouche as the favorite at 9-5 here in the 8th. Let's go to Acacia.
And here with Kendrick, as always, Practical gets the win. And Kendrick, you could kind of see, the guys were talking about it, as soon as the gate opened, you looked like the winner of that race.
Yeah, I would say so. You know, she broke so sharp. I just wanted to ride her like these other jocks rode her on the West Coast. In the Northeast, you know, they took this horse back and let this horse settle. You know, instead of rushing her, you know, I just let her break sharp and let her drop back. And, man, when she switched leads, you could have seen I was in the perfect spot to win the race, you know. It's called homework.
Absolutely. And, you know, I saw you warm her up, and she perked up a lot on the track. I know you are a big believer in a good warm-up, too. She seems like she's one of those horses that she doesn't do it until she needs to.
Yeah, you hit it right on the money, Acacia. You know, this filly, you can see in her paper, she just linky filly and just want to find her stride throughout the race. And I think that's what was most important with making the win today, you know. Yes, Linder had it in the right spot, but I thought I'd done the right thing where we all can be successful as a team.
Putting it all together for sure. And we saw you with a 4-win day yesterday, picking up another victory here today. Pretty good weekend for you as well.
Yeah. It's not over yet. We got one more in the biscuit, you know. See if we can get the chicken to go to the coop, you know.
That's what he said to us before the last yesterday as well, and he snuck up the rail. Well done, Kendrick.
Thank you, Acacia. Louisiana, baby, back in the circle.
Yeah, one more to come for Kendrick. And that will be Penn Street in the finale. 16 claiming race will break from the rail for Luna Rice.
Picked that one too, so he's in trouble.
All right, back to Monmouth. It's going to close out the meet at Monmouth. And it is an incredibly difficult race to close it out. Mile and 16th on the turf. Condition $16,000 claiming race. And you can make a case for, I thought Giant James at 3 could be very tough in here.
I agree, but he's 1 for 19. I know they're all 1-fers, and he's got absolutely no speed. I think the 12 could be very dangerous second off the layoff and a long layoff if he can clear the front. If Batista can get him to lead, I'll take my chance he wires the field. That's my best idea.
Matt Dinnerman will have the call. Paco Lopez again leading jockey.
We should mention Fernando Martinez. I don't know if we mentioned was okay. I texted Matt. Said he was okay. He fell off last race.
Francisco, yes.
Francisco, I'm sorry. What
and
did I say? Fernando?
Jose Delgado, leading trainer. Congratulations to both those two for tremendous meets at Monmouth. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman.
For now, though, enjoy this nightcap. We're ready to go in the finale of the season here at Monmouth. And we're off. Getting bounced around between horses. Dangerous Driver drops to the tail end of the field. Editor's Choice on the lead. That son of a gun is prominent, moving with him. Editor's Choice taking control of things, though, and strides 1.5 lengths in front. Editor's Choice, the pacemaker with 1 lap to go. Wrecking Ball on a hold. He's fresh. Second start off a long layoff. Running in second. Mungo tucked in on the inside. Giant James fourth. That son of a gun was up close early. Has been taken back to 5th on the rail as they corner into the first turn run. The gray Tap the Candy is next. Post command to his inside. Then Dangerous Driver. Spartacus is due. They're together, and that leaves Fableman to trail the field. 10 lengths off the pace approaching the back stretch. The pace being held by Editor's Choice, and Ramon Moya went 25 seconds flat the first quarter mile. Just dawdling along on the lead is Editor's Choice. 1 length and a tail ahead. Wrecking Ball runs in second. Mungo third inside of Giant James. Then That Son of a Gun. Tap the Candy right outside of him. Post command. Dangerous Driver. They run as a pair in a gap of 2 to another duo of Fableman and Spartacus's Dude as they approach the far turn and start to pick up the tempo into the far turn. Editor's Choice, 3 furlongs remaining, 3/4 of a length ahead. Wrecking Ball right behind him still. Giant James gets a tap on the shoulder, is asked to go 3 wide. Mungo stays on the rail. He's 2 off the pace, searching for racing room right now. He's getting outside. That Son of a Gun is joining him even deeper. They're off the turn. Here comes Giant James to challenge Editor's Choice on the front end. He ran right by. Giant James, the one to collar on the lead. Mungo into the second position now. Giant James going for the wire. He's opened up 2.5, and Giant James and Fernando Jara are going to win the finale of the Monmouth Park 2025 season. Mungo was second, Photo for third. That Son of a Gun and Editor's Choice.
Giant James, I don't understand how this horse went off at 8-1.
Great call by you. You got the pace. made a big run and got it done.
Holly Harris, Fernando Jara team up for the victory, and a price to close things out as we say goodbye to the meet.
Yeah, this horse won easily. Nice ride, but much the best. He rated the 12. That was a good decision. Didn't think it mattered.
And again, congratulations to the meet leaders. Paco Lopez, couple of meet wins. Colonial wins this one as well. And Jorge Delgado, congratulations.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, located in the most racing-rich region of the country. This sale offers a diverse catalog of yearlings from some of America's most lucrative state-bred programs, with leading national and regional sires represented. Recent grads include graded stakes winners Crazy Mason, Nisi Marie, Our Shot, and Post Time, a strong source of stakes-winning talent. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, Tuesday, September 30th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
$1,600,000, $1,600,000, now $1,600,000 bid, now $650,000, $1,650,000, $1,650,000, anybody else want $650,000 bid today, $1,650,000, $1,600,000, thank you.
Weekends are for winners at Naira Bets. Opt into the Late Big Five hit and split bonuses to claim your share of $5,000 every Friday through Sunday. $5,000 hit and splits every weekend when you bet with Naira Bets.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by, good placement there, Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Meet in the books at Monmouth. We have our nightcap here at Belmont. Close out this opening week of the meet coming up. And Kendrick Carmouche, he will be aboard Penn Street. A chance to get one more again for Linda Rice, owned and trained, and another Kentucky claim for Linda.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping this one also found himself in the right spot. And my basic feeling was, while the 9 can obviously win as a potential favorite, I don't want to take a horse coming from way, way back. So that basically gave me the 1 and 2 as the other possibles. The 1 Spring Magic I think is dangerous on the front end. I took Penn Street hoping she'd be a slightly bigger price. No great shakes.
Yeah, right now 5-2, favorites outside at 2-1. Linda Rice, though, as usual, dominant here in New York, as she has become a powerhouse on the New York racing circuit, from breaking barriers as one of the sport's top female trainers, to capturing multiple meet titles, including at Saratoga, to setting records. Her consistent success has made her a frequent visitor to the winner's circle.
When I go to the barn in the morning and train horses that I'm excited about running, that's what drives me. Winning races, whether it be a claiming race or a stakes race or a grade 1 at Saratoga, it's so much more fun than losing. Okay, guys, Jose, I'm ready for the first one. Go ahead. We're going from the half out 5/8. My father, he was a hard worker, and he was very ambitious, instilled a strong work ethic in my 3 brothers and myself, and he had a love for the horses his whole life, and he instilled that in us as well.
It's double booked in front.
My first good horse was a horse named Double Booked, a grass horse, when I started training at Monmouth Park. an affiliate of my father's named Ready Jack Go. But I would say that City Zip was a very good 2-year-old. I brought him here. He won all 3 2-year-old stakes here.
It's City Zip in front of the 16th. City Zip by 3.
He would be the horse that really helped move me along the path that I am on now.
He's going to win at Belmont.
I like to claim a lot of young horses with lightly raised horses that I think have both potential on their pedigree side and, of course, conformation. So that's been a big asset to my claiming, which has been probably in the last 5 years I've been doing more of.
Voodoo Song digs in. Is he going to do it? He is! Voodoo Song won the 4-star Dave!
New York racing is, frankly, it's my home. I've been here for quite a few years. I have gone from a young trainer that was struggling to climb the ladder to being a mainstay in New York. And I think by not diluting my business at different venues, I think it's been helpful for me to be successful right here in New York. I'm all about New York racing. My father always said, well, he didn't want to die in a harness. And I think about that sometimes, but I don't know what my day would be like if I didn't have horses to train or to be around or to be excited about. Linda Rice. I'd like them to say she was one hell of a horse trainer, and she earned it.
I think that's what most would say, incredibly respected, and look at what she has accomplished here in New York. 2-time Saratoga Meet leading trainer, 2-time Belmont Spring Summer Meet winner, and dominant in Aqueduct.
I think you could say this about a lot of walks of life, especially competitive ones. You got to live and breathe it to be as good as you are. You know, you think about the best athletes. They're people who they don't take a month off. They don't take the off season off. You're always working to achieve it. And I think with Linda Rice, similar to a lot of other people in this game, it's a 24/7 occupation. And Linda lives and breathes racing, and the results are there. She runs her horses where they can win. When she's aggressive, she's almost more dangerous. When they're in spots where they don't belong, she's careful to find the right spots, and she wins and wins consistently. And it's a very tough thing to do in this game.
This isn't really a job, it's a way of life.
Yeah, it
You're
is.
Gonna be you're right, well put, and yeah, she puts in those hours, and it has paid off tremendously. This is the one she will send out, owned and trained, another Kentucky claim where she's had so much success. They changed the rules because of how good she was claiming horses in Kentucky. Penn Street, 5-2. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And starting there with Penn Street, as you mentioned, Greg, changing the rules. So Linda claiming this horse back in July. She wouldn't be able to actually run her back in New York until about now. So thus the reason for a little bit of a layoff coming in. And obviously with this one coming in from Kentucky, no notes to compare on. But she is taking a drop in class down to the 16,000 after they picked this one up for 32 and then ran for 40 last time out. So an aggressive drop in class, but typically for Linda Rice, these types of horses are effective. And last time out, watching that race where she was well beaten, she was not the quickest out from an outside post, dropped back and never kicked on. And to me, in that race, she never looked like she was moving that comfortably either. I'm going to be curious to watch her warming up. But I think that if anything, the time and the freshening might have actually served her well. And she has been able to come up to Saratoga, train there, where a lot of horses really thrive in their training in preparation for her return to the races. So she looks very fit, great super coat on her as well. And given the drop in class, we'll see if she can run back to some of those races. Not to mention, too, she has had a pretty hefty workload throughout this year as well, since coming back in March. Now, the number 7 and Speak Softly, Lane Leslie going to be aboard this one, as I wanted to just kind of give some insight onto what happened with her last time out, because I did think that in that race she was actually a physical standout coming in there off of the layoff in the first start for Joe Sharp. Joe actually won the race with his other horse in the race, in Mercy Warren, and so I did get a chance to speak to him right after the fact, and he said that Speak Softly, who was pulled up in there, she actually grabbed herself in the running of the race, meaning that she kind of clipped herself herself on the heel or another part of her leg with one of her hind legs through running. So she had a cut, but she was totally fine overall. So Jose Ortiz pulling her up as an abundance of caution. Joe, after running back, checking on her, came back to the winner's circle and said, thankfully, kind of grabbing herself in that race, and she came back okay. So obviously, really great news as far as that was concerned. She does come back here for the claiming tag, but I think kind of a comparable type of move, or a logical next spot given what she's been running and the tracks that she's been running at previously. Great energy once again. They saddled her with the pony. She looks strong. She looks fit. I'm hopeful that we will get a chance to see her put forth a good effort today, because I do think that she has some ability. She has some natural speed as well. So certainly nothing to be overly concerned about with the fact that she was pulled up last time out, Greg.
All right, thanks, Acacia. We're going to get to the post parade when we come back from a timeout. There again, Linda Rice's runner, Kendra Carmouche, will be aboard, looking to take this late double to close out our opening week of action.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Great Prix Salvatore Mayo.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Back with you as we bring you our nightcap here on the Sunday coverage from Belmont at the Big A on America's Day at the Races. And there's Kendra Carmouche. Can he get this late double, teaming up with Linda Rice? Another Kentucky claim for Linda, claimed back in May. First did not go so well, and now a much more realistic spot.
I agree. You know, I think that it's one that Linda finally gets in New York. She obviously wasn't in Kentucky and ran. Dropping down feels like a logical spot here on the drop down.
Spring Magic, Rudy Rodriguez, and his quickness early.
Favorite in the double, not taking away now, will drop down. Looks like the controlling speed and is very dangerous.
Yeah, quick sprinter now stretching out like a rolling stone. 12-1, Christopher Elliott.
Sporadically runs races good enough, but often runs races not good enough. Not covered in the pick 6.
She's an Arctic Queen. Showed some brief early speed last start, then backed up.
She also not covered in the pick 6, though less likely to win than the 3.
Roman Goddess, another from the Rudy Rodriguez barn.
Well, I like a slight cutback for her, and she's another one that has back races not that far back that can win.
Speak Softly, another one who could show speed.
Yeah, not sure what to do with her, but she could be at least a thorn in the side of the two.
Yeah, Joe Sharp barn. Dolce Sarah, big number, Joel Rosario.
She's the kind of horse that could get into the super somewhere, but not really a winning type.
And Dylan Davis, rider change, Whistler's style, Wayne Potts barn off the claim.
A deep closer for a barn that, frankly, has not been winning a lot of races in New York in recent months or years even.
3-1, though, taking attention from the outside. An 8-time winner, 7-year-old mare. And almost makes you think taking all that money, should you pay extra attention? Yeah, going to be up against it, going to be far back early. Well, Barnes not been doing great.
But she has consistent speed figures that make her in some ways the horse to beat. So I understand her appeal, and maybe the pace will be hot and the one won't run, and she'll get the job done. I am just not taking a short price from a barn that is 8 for 113 at New York with an 87-cent ROI with only 37% hitting the board over the last 6 months. I'm just not taking that horse, and she has absolutely no speed. There's nothing that Junior can do, I think, to get her into the game. On the other hand, maybe the speeds fall apart, but I would prefer horses more forward, and it is Dylan Davis. Thank you. It was a late change on this horse. Thank you, Dylan Davis, and I just don't know what Dylan can do. I don't know what anyone could do to get
this was the start August 29th at Saratoga, 7/8 of a mile, and a valiant effort to get runner-up money, but yeah, just leaves herself so much work to do.
It's just tough to be a deep closer in dirt racing in general. It's just a racing that's more conducive to horses with speed.
Coming up on Thursday, Delaware County Fair and the premier pacing classic in the game. The historic Little Brown Jug. We'll have live coverage on FS2, 1 to 7 Eastern.
Do you lock your chair to the fence? And that's what the fans do. They lock their chairs to the fence so they can come back, and they're always there every year. It looks like, I mean, being there looks really fun, right? It kind of reminds me of Far Hill when they go to the Far Hill for the jumps, right? It's just a sort of a fair country atmosphere. A lot of families going, people having a good time, setting up barbecues.
It is a party.
It just looks like a super fun day. It really does. I hope they have good weather.
We're excited to bring it to you on Thursday. Let's go to Acacia for more here on the 9th.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Had so much fun covering the Jug the last couple of years on the show here. But talking about horses in the nightcap, the number 9 Whistler Style, I'm with you guys. The fact that she just, it is what she is. She comes from so far off of it. Now she's getting a big warm up from Dylan Davis today, but I've seen her in the past with Junior last time out, with Irad Ortiz, 2 starts back. They all give her a big aggressive warm up, and she still just doesn't show any speed. Last time out, she was last early, several back, and just second best in there. So is she a contender as far as her consistency in the races that she can run? Absolutely. She's very fit. She's moving well. It's just her running style, I think, always leaves her with a lot to do. The number 2, Spring Magic, she is one that comes out of a race when she was sprinting last time out. I like her stretching out to the mile. I think she's built more like a miler. She has run good races at this distance before. That was the distance at her last win, and it was here at Aqueduct over this track as well. I know that up at Saratoga, we saw Rudy Rodriguez's barn be a bit quiet. It seems like so far coming back here to the Belmont at the Big A, the horses have been a bit sharper, and that is often what you will see from this barn, and I think that she just is very much in the right spot. It is interesting as to what Speak Softly might do, as Lane Luzzy gave her an aggressive warm-up as well, and Ruben Silvera usually is aggressive and pretty decisive early, not to mention Spring Magic is stretching out, but she's drawn inside. I think this is the right place for her, and I thought she looked excellent in the warm-up out there on the track, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. 3 of them, Andy, on the board at 5-2 for this finale.
Yeah, no surprise the 2 started to come down. We knew she would. And she's the speed and the one they have to catch. I'm going to stick with my 1 horse and go for the Kendrick Linda late double here. And they do seem like the other 3. I guess the question, Greg, is who is the other horse if you were trying to beat these horses? Where would you go in here? I don't have a strong opinion. I guess it would be the 6 Roman Goddess.
Probably.
I mean, I think the 8 Dolce Sarah is the kind of horse that at 24-1 I would want in my super somewhere, because she seems to put in runs and get a piece here. And so I think she's a little interesting for a piece, but she's a hard horse to make as a winning type, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, Speak Softly. First of all, it's Joe Sharp. It's just The good races have come at softer tracks.
And they're not even that good, right?
Yeah.
That's my problem. I mean, if it wasn't Joe Sharp, you wouldn't really respect this horse. But then again, it is Joe Sharp. But geez, I mean, the thing is, the other thing is, doesn't she feel like at most she's a thorn in the side of the 2? Because her good races are forward. And if Lane rides her aggressively in here, it's bad for the 2, but it's also bad for, I mean, you're supposed to ride them aggressively, but she's got to deal with the 2 here. So we'll see.
It'll be interesting to see what Spring Magic and Ruben Silvera does if he has to at all to adjust, because, yeah, it could potentially be a big problem for that one stretching out. Favorite right now outside, Whistlers. That is surprising, isn't it, this one, with that running style?
Well, no, because she has the consistent figures. So people look at, I mean, numbers are what control the board, and her figures are faster. And the 1 and 2 are hard to be overly, you know, reliant. I don't trust either one of them. I just can't take a deep closer from a barn at a short price that just isn't winning.
Dylan Davis, pickup mount for the Potts Barn, first off the claim. There's that one in line. We're set for the nightcap. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
All set. And they're off. Left of the gate there was Spring Magic, was off slowly. The leader is She's an Arctic Queen. Roman Goddess towards the outside applies pressure, and Speak Softly is going to join them. Speak Softly now presses on with She's an Arctic Queen. They're 1-2, and taken back will be Roman Goddess right there in third. Just behind them, after breaking slowly, Spring Magic has now worked all the way up to fourth, is moving up closer to the leaders, and at the rail, it's like a rolling stone, is there in fifth. Out wider in sixth is Dulce Seta. They're very far apart here as they work up the backstretch. Second to last is Penn Street, and the trailer, Whistler Style, 22-4 for that pressured opening quarter mile. She's an Arctic Queen, a half length in front. Speak Softly right there towards the outside as a close-up second. Roman Goddess is on the move here from third, and Spring Magic is traveling with that one as they've got less than a half mile to go. Here comes a run from Dulce Seta, is now on the move towards the outside of Like a Rolling Stone as they travel as a pair towards the back end of the field, Penn Street. And still, the trailer, Whistler Style. 45-4 for the half-mile time, and She's an Arctic Queen goes right at it with Speak Softly. Spring Magic has got this sustained rally, is trying to get these leaders, still has about 4 lengths to make up. They reach the top of the stretch. Also running on is Penn Street. Penn Street might make some noise late. She's an Arctic Queen towards the inside. Speak Softly towards the outside. Penn Street has got those leaders in sight. Center of the racetrack, Kendrick Carmouche. Penn Street will gallop away from the field inside the final 16th. Give it to Penn Street. Dominant in the finale. Penn Street will win it. Whistler Style up for second, then came Like a Rolling Stone, photo for fourth. In 1 minute 37 seconds flat.
Kendrick, I think, knew he was on a pretty good one going into the last in that interview with Acacia. Penn Street much the best here.
I don't think there was ever a moment that she wasn't the winner of this race. I'm not sure there ever wasn't a moment the 1-9 Exacta wasn't going to hit here. I mean, they were flying out front. They went 22-4, 45-4 at this level, and the 2 blew the brake. So the only other horse that really runs it all, right, blew the brake. Now, she wasn't going to win anyway when they went to kind of pace, so in a lot of ways it didn't really matter. But I mean, it was kind of these 2 and everybody else, wasn't it? With that pace, that's
seems like it. Incredibly fast.
This horse was, she was home free at the half mile, Paul. I'll tell you that. I just want
dropping from 40 down to 16.
Yeah.
And Kendrick not even asking at all late, just a canter.
She won by 4.5 lengths, and as you say, an absolute canter. And they were moving out front. Oh. The 2 blowing the brake. Just,
finish.
I don't know what the 2 could have done with his pace, but she, oh man, she jumped up right at the start. She bumped the 1, actually. It didn't matter. Apparently not. Yeah,
could have probably tied the 1 to the gate and said, let them all get a head start and go. She still would have won.
Yep.
7-year-old mare who'd been off since early July. And look, significant drop in class, but wow, was this dominant.
My guess is she got claim, and Linda's moving on.
That's all that remains to be known. Yeah. Did she get taken for 16,000?
I wish I claimed her for 16 the way she won. I'd give her right back to Linda.
Probably a good move. Kendrick Carmouche takes the last 2 on the card after a 4-win Saturday afternoon. Not a bad weekend at all.
No, right, I know. He had a good day today. 2 wins and a very good ride to be second in the stake.
Penn Street, owned and trained by Linda Rice, claimed in Kentucky back in May, and a dominant win on the drop down in class to close out this card.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Thursday on America's Day at the Races, join us for the Great American Harness Race, the 80th edition of the Little Brown Jug, live from Delaware Fairgrounds in Ohio. Thursday's action kicks off 1 Eastern on FS2. Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NYRA-Bets. Open your NYRA-Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NYRA-Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Alapa means everything to me and my family. We moved out here about 5 years ago. Since then, every waking day and hour has been spent building this place into what it is now. It's really a spiritual, amazing place where we try to raise the best horses in the world. My brothers, me, my mom, my dad have such a passion for this place, and we're continuing to try to better it every day. Selling's a huge part of our business. This September, we have a really big, great consignment of horses, backing off of a very successful Saratoga season. It is hugely important and fulfilling for us to be able to help people achieve their dreams of selling a high-dollar horse or buying a high-dollar thoroughbred.
It's just so peaceful out here. It's a great environment for these horses. They really stay calm and relaxed out here. I grew up as a kid, you know, watching Curlin, and he was like a superhero to me. So definitely a special opportunity to be able to work with a horse like him. Curlin obviously is taking on the torch for Smart Strike and Mr. Prospector. So it's great to have, you know, a son like Good Magic here who we think is his best son. You know, the quality of mares that Good Magic has bred in such a short career already is just second to none. One of the most exciting things for us right now is this really good core group of young horses that we have that have came in here over the last few years. You know, you go back and look at Charlatan, who has 2-year-olds this year. You know, they've sold extremely well. Arabian Night, who we just got last year, just finished his first season with us. Just a super classy, impressive son of Uncle Mo. We're really combining the history of this place along with building up for a new future.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage as we close out opening week. Belmont at the Big A. We have some big ones ahead of us at this meet. Penn Street, the probably most dominant performance we've seen of this opening week.
Yeah. Yes.
Program brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa.
She got the right trip, but the way she won, Greg, I'm not even sure it mattered, did it?
You never asked at any point, Kendrick.
It's a joke. You could see she was a winner pretty much every step of the way.
Dead heat, by the way, for fourth in this race. 1-9-3, the 5 and the 6 dead heat for fourth for those of you who played this race and were playing the Superfecta. Penn Street, though, incredibly dominant, 8th career win, and another Kentucky claim winning for Linda Rice.
And by the way, a good race by the 5, dead heat for fourth, because the pace that horse was involved in, and there's the Linda Rice team, including my man Aaron Yagoda. Getting there, Linda's probably still at the sales, where pretty much all the trainers are. If anyone's wondering why we haven't any trainer interviews pretty much the first week, because they're all in Kentucky at sales.
Restocking their barns, yeah.
What did Acacia say? They were on like hip number 1600 or something earlier?
Really?
I got respect for Acacia. She's a real degenerate, She really is. She was watching the Keeneland sales from her office when she wasn't on the air. I got it. I love that.
She's going to be...
she's the best.
Those are her new best friend. She's going to be seeing soon at the barn.
No question about it.
1-9-3, again, 5 and 6, dead heat for fourth. Penn Street, dominant and closing out an incredible weekend again for Kendrick Carmouche. 4 wins Saturday, last 2 on the card here today. Congrats to him. Congrats to Linda Rice. And if you hit this pick 6, 2,242 coming your way.
And let me just be clear. When I call somebody degenerate, that's the highest compliment I can pay to somebody at the racetrack.
We know what you meant.
Yes, no question about it.
Let's look back to earlier in the card, the Athenia and Chad Brown Whiskey decision. Now 2 for 3 this year.
Yeah, she was really best in here. I mean, she got a very good ride and trip. She sat in the rail, but the truth is she let the whole race develop in front of her, and once she was able to wheel out, she was able to run by those horses. I bet an Edict. Once again, I thought that Kendrick gave her just a sensational ride in this race, but she was second best. And you can't ask for anything more for a good ride to be second best. The New York bred's not quite good enough here. Whiskey Decision found the right group, the right ride, the right trip, and she was best.
I know we got a little ways to go and a lot can happen, but does it seem like a pretty good bet that Pratt has going to go back-to-back?
Oh, I don't know. I don't really know the numbers.
Okay.
I don't know.
About $2.5 million up in earnings.
Is he? Okay.
But that not to say it easily could be caught with a big weekend on Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of those things are. Well, I mean, the reality is he's riding right now the second choice in the Classic, while the favorite is obviously Sovereignty, and Junior rides him. What is Irad? Irad's moved his tag to Kentucky. I'm sure he's trying to ride a lot more for the Brad Cox barn, get into that barn. I can understand that, but we'll see.
He moved his tack to Louisville to get in with Tom Amoss. Let's be honest.
I'd love to tell a Tom Amoss, Irad Ortiz story, which might contradict that, but I'm sure they've mended fences since then.
Let's look back again at what happened yesterday on the baseball field. Paul LaDuca, number 16, putting on the uniform one more time, the alumni game for the Mets. And Paulie had a great time, although I came out of this game probably a little body sore behind the plate.
You know what? I'm thrilled for Paulie that he got a chance to go there, get a little love from the fans.
Right off the shoulder.
But it also shows, Paulie's a gamer, right? He's not exactly in the same shape he was when he played. He'd be the first to admit it. But he's out there trying to catch, getting hit by balls, He went up and even batted. He said that physically he's got an issue with his shoulder. He didn't feel like he should really bat. But one thing about Paulie, he's a gamer, and I'm just happy for him. He got a chance to go out there in front of the fans. And, I think people forget just how good Paulie was and how popular he was as well.
Incredible hitter, and Dodgers transitioned him and made him a catcher. Had to learn that position, and he became great behind the plate as well.
You don't make 4 All-Star games by accident. You might slip in once. It still means you're pretty good, but you don't slip by 4 times.
Great to see him out there doing his thing one more time in that alumni game. We missed him here, but fun to see him playing out at Citi Field. We are back next week. Again, our coverage begins Thursday, 1 Eastern start time, and we're going to have coverage Delaware County Fair. As you said, where each and every year they lock up their chairs so they can get those positions, the prime seating positions, and it's going to be fun with that little brown jug coverage.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm looking forward to talking about some of those races. I don't have a harness opinion, but I can enjoy a fun event.
Blueprint right now, probably the one to beat.
Greg's very excited about Blueprint. I want you to know, Greg is very excited.
Big contender. Gold Trust really coming into his own right now. Took the Joey P. Was dominant in that performance on closing day at Monmouth Park in the Athenia. As we just showed you, Whiskey Decision, Chad Brown, Flavian Pratt team up for the victory. Now 2 for 3 this year, and coverage again Thursday, Little Brown Jug Premier Pacing Classic for 3-year-olds from the Delaware County Fair. We'll see you then.